go.
Good evening and welcome to all. This work session of the Poquoson City Council is called to order to discuss bulk debris collection and the recommended budget for fiscal year 2026. Staff has presentations prepared for us for both topics. With that, I'd like to turn that over to staff for the presentation for the bulk debris collection.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. We appreciate the opportunity of being here tonight. Just for the audience that is paying attention at home, I'm Tanya O'Connell, the Assistant City Manager. Next to me, I have Bodina Wright, Public Works Operations Manager. And next to her, we have John Anderson, the Director of Public Works. So the three of us, thank you for allowing us to present here tonight during work session. What we like to talk about, of course, is the convenience site, going through the histories, the obstacles that we're currently going through, as well as a proposal, and then the messaging as it relates to the proposal, and open it up to any questions that y'all have at the end. For those who are not familiar with the convenience site, this is something that began out of a portion of the Director of Public Works back then and the Director of Finance in 2011. At that time, there was 2 free pickups that was going through the community. So we changed to allow for the convenience side, hoping that it was a benefit to the citizens to bring all their waste to this one site and collect on a Saturday. Since then, I'll just give you some numbers. We like numbers. In 2011, 2016, on average per year, we see 5,000 cars come through. Since 2017, on average, we see over 11,000 cars that come through on each Saturday. Some of the obstacles that we have faced since starting the convenience site. Traffic congestion at its peak. Now, springtime is when it's worse. As you can see right here, this was taken this past convenience site. Traffic is horrendous. It blocks the entrance to City Hall Avenue, which now that we have our public safety building right there, the concern is allowing our public safety officers, to include police as well as fire, to gain access to Victory at any time they need to in case of an emergency. It also hinders the library entrance. This past week, this past convenience site, our library employees were unaware of this and were unable to leave to go to lunch. So therefore, they buckled down and did what they could, found what they could, and stayed at the library. And of course, as we all have seen, we have grown as a community. So the success of the convenience site, as you can see, it continues to grow, and it's one of our successful benefits that we offer to our citizens. One thing to remind our citizen, there is a connection to Legacy. So from City Hall Avenue, there will be a connection into Legacy called Seagull Catch that is happening this summer. So not only are we going to experience the congestion on City Hall Avenue, but there could be congestion in the Legacy development as well. There are additional expenses that we incur since 2011. Initially, it was the understanding that we would have 1 or 2 trucks. Back in 2011, we've expanded to 5 trucks, 6 workers, 4 temporary people helping out during the convenience site. Now, I know one of the things that as a new person to Poquoson, you should come and expand, but as new neighbors that are going to be behind City Hall, the first thing that they're going to do is start complaining once about the noise as it relates to the convenience site. Now, my favorite is a couple of weeks back, we sworn in a part-time property and evidence into the police department, and we were in the City Hall circle, and he looked down and he went there and he said, "Oh, this may get in somebody's tire." Though our staff does a great job of picking up screws, nails, and bolts in City Hall Avenue, the unfortunate things that fall out of vehicles actually get into the tires of our citizens. And we hear that daily about a complaint. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to pass it over to John Anderson, who's going to talk about the value-added benefit that we've come up with.
So this proposal will now provide monthly roadside bulk and landscape pickups for those in the solid waste program. And this is consistent with the City Council mission statement of providing effective government services and making investments in the community's quality of life. solid waste piles and landscape piles will be picked up monthly for solid waste residents in each precinct. The first Tuesday of each month will be the designated week for the western precinct, collecting this area by the end of the week. The second Tuesday of the month is the pickup week for the central precinct, and the third Tuesday of the month is the pickup week for the eastern precinct. And this is the precinct map, and it shows the precinct locations, and both bulk and landscape debris trucks will be collecting in the precinct that is scheduled during their designated week for pickup. And this keeps the trucks in one area of the city at a time. In addition to the increased pickups, solid waste residents will be able to take bulk debris to the York County Waste Transfer Station, which is operated by Republic Services, once per month. And that is open Monday through Saturday from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m., which gives citizens a little more availability. There will be no change to unlimited landscape disposal at the VIPSA facility in York County, and no change to the LEAF program. And people can still schedule a pickup for a charge if needed outside of their designated pickup week. And this is a list of some don'ts. These are things that we commonly come across, and we just want to remind people of what's not allowed. Some of the items we see often are black bags, because we can't tell what's in the black bag. Sometimes people put paint cans in there and such. Construction debris, drywall, fencing, those are just some of the items that are not allowed. And then the next list is landscape items that are not allowed. So tree stumps, root balls, treated wood, loose leaves, mulch, pine straws, those are the kinds of things that we don't allow currently, and they wouldn't be allowed in the future program. And so here's some pictures of what's not allowed. So the top picture shows black bags and mixed debris, and that's something that's not allowed. It's also set a little too further back so the truck can't reach everything. And then the bottom picture shows fence paneling, which is construction debris, which is also not allowed. And then here's a few more examples. We have flooring, that's also considered construction debris, and then those items that are in the drainage, curb and gutter line, blocking drainage, that's also not allowed. And these are a few more items that are blocking drainage and are mixed debris. So in terms of placement, this shows you the rules for placement, which is behind the curb and the ditch, and have it roadside by 7 a.m. on the collection day, which is Tuesday for each precinct. And also there's an image there that shows what 6 cubic yards looks like. That would be the maximum size of the pile. And then you would have to note to have clearance needed around the pile and for any overhead wiring. And this is our current city code, to just reiterate what's currently, what the rules are currently. And it basically states you can't have anything blocking drainage in an easement or right-of-way within the city. So that's just an overview of the proposal. You can hand it over to Bodina.
Okay. So for messaging, we're going to hand it over to Bodina, and understand that we've worked hard with our Public Information Officer, Jessica Hartley, to ensure we try to hit all the key facts. And in turn, we're going to make sure our website gets updated with all the key facts as well, to make sure, i.e. for household goods like paints and chemicals, we're going to make sure the dates are there to ensure our patrons know when those things can be disposed of as well. So I'm going to turn it over to Bodina.
Good evening, everybody. I do want to make you aware that the pictures, postcards, flyers that are up here, they are drafts. So there is going to be some wording that will be changed. There's some coloring that is off. We are aware of that. We will just adjust them at that time. So this first one is a postcard that we've designed to go out on or around May 15th. And what it's going to do is just give a brief overview of the new program, when it starts, July 1st, what the program entails, twice a month free disposal of bulk, at your home and one at York County Transfer Station, and unlimited landscape debris at your home, or unlimited at VIPSA and one at your home, and what day the residents would be picked up. Again, the first Tuesday is Western, the second Tuesday would be Central, the third Tuesday would be Eastern Precinct. Then we will, we've created a flyer that we will send out with our solid waste calendar, and we'll also have this at the convenience site in the month of June and the month of July on the dates it would have been, so we can have it there for any resident that may show up. So we would put this, these would be the should-bes for our residents, should be out by 7 a.m., not blocking drainage or right-of-ways. Clearance around and above the pile. Separate the piles. We are going to allow landscape and bulk, but they do need to be separated. They both can be 6 cubic yards. We are allowing additional pickups at your home. You just need to call them in. In the additional information services, we're talking about the free transfers, free drops-offs at the transfer station and VIPSA. And it gives you the address and their websites. Again, we're going to go into the unacceptable items, which John just went over. They're basically the same. We're just giving more detail. We just used to say construction debris. Now we're saying windows and flooring and fencing, so there's no questions on that. Yes, ma'am. So the solid waste calendar looks basically the same that it has always in the past. The change is in the far right-hand corner where you see the W, the C, and the E. And that's saying Western Precinct, Central Precinct, and Eastern Precinct. And you'll see it on the first, second, and third Tuesday of each month that it's indicated on there for every person to have. We did not change any of the other programs in here. The LEAF program is still in here, the Christmas tree program, tires, all that's in there. We did take out the convenience site line item, and we renamed it to, I don't have it in front of me and I can't see it that far, sorry. We renamed it to roadside, and we described what it is saying. We also are Tanya talked about the dates for the household chemicals and everything. It's still on the calendar. I don't have the exact dates for some of them. That's why it's not completely filled in at this point in time. We also wanted to make sure we have to update it, the website. We believe this is very crucial in this step of getting everybody information. And we will also, for the first couple of months, send out the reminder notice through Facebook saying this is Western, this is Central, this is Eastern. We believe that it works very well with the mission statement that y'all put forth this year, trying to, and I'm going to paraphrase it, effective government services. We are dedicated to make proposals, investments in our community, quality of life. So we're hoping this is working right in that mission statement for you, with you, and for the residents.
So, one thing that does need to be updated that we're going to bring back at a later date for council to approve is our code of ordinance. Currently, our code of ordinance allows for 1 pickup per calendar year. Of course, this needs to be changed to reflect what we're proposing tonight, to allow for 12 pickup and again allow for once a month at the transfer station. I know prior to going into our questions, first thought is Poquoson is very beautiful and we want to keep it beautiful. So Public Works team is ensured that on the weeks that the precinct, let's say for example the first Tuesday of the week is our Western Precinct pickup. For the week, the Central and Eastern, our crew is going to drive around and tag everybody that inadvertently did not understand that it was not their pickup. And then of course, we're going to tag them to remind them that that is not their pickup, and we're going to try to make sure we get those as quickly as possible. We're going to give a little leeway for those citizens to understand the process because we want to keep Poquoson beautiful. We do not want Poquoson to look like any other jurisdiction because we're not like any other jurisdiction. So we're going to strive hard to make sure we do our part on picking up the debris bulk that has accumulated in front of the yards. So with that, I do want to open it up for questions.
I have a couple of questions, if I may. Thank you so much for talking with me earlier to address the questions I had, and I just kind of wanted to share those as an overview so you guys would be like, okay, they already talked about them. right? The first one was, the packet that we saw included all the don'ts, right? And when you see all the don'ts, you start to get confused about, well, then what can I do? And so all the pictures are don'ts. So it would be really helpful, I think, to all the citizens, me especially, when you do the website campaign, and maybe even reference, go to the website to see what you can do, or when these things are picked up. So when you have a don't, when is that, or what is the proper way to dispose of that thing? Another thing that I had a question about was that when you're putting things by the street, obviously some of the don'ts are, don't put it in the water runoff area. So it's going to go up into someone's yard, which is, it's their yard, it's their junk, makes sense. And you have a concern about the overhead wires.
So-
Can't put it in anyone else's yard.
Right. So, sorry about that. In saying that, like my house, I have a power line that runs the front of my house, which they're okay with being able to go under as long as there's not one going this way too, because they can't take that boom in there.
Sure.
So it just can't be really deep.
Right,
So
okay.
they can get into them. It's just making sure you don't have, so I have a telephone pole, I'm the corner lot. I have one going in front and one coming out. So I always put mine in my driveway, which is further away, and it's an easier spot for them to do. So it's just be aware of what's around you and think about this big boom trying to come out.
And don't put it under your crepe myrtle.
Exactly.
Okay, next, these both relate to Goodwin Neck and being able to take things out to Goodwin Neck. So just to reiterate, being able to take things out, what was it, twice a month to Goodwin Neck?
It'd be once a month.
Once a month. And will that be, since it's free, right? And the rest of the time you take your stuff out to Goodwin Neck, you have to be careful, right? So is it a special designated day? Is it by precinct? What up?
Yeah, so I can speak to that. They have a designated location for Poquoson residents that put those items into dumpsters. So you can do that Monday through Saturday from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. But they just mark it off as once per month. They look at your address as
Okay.
you come in and then mark you off for the month.
So they're tracking you by your license plate or when you go by the window and get weighed and go in?
You
Okay,
provide, yeah, your ID and then they check your address.
got it. Okay, great. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Before we take the next question, that's something to point out too, is, the convenience site was twice a month, and we had moved it around due to holidays. Now, with the transfer station, it's once per month based on your schedule. So if you get a hankering on a Saturday, and it doesn't matter what Saturday of the month it is, you fill your vehicle up, on that Saturday you can go, that Monday you can go, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, it's on your schedule at that point, not on our schedule when it comes to the convenience site.
I have one more quick question. Sorry, we did talk about this one. So if I'm putting stuff out of my beautiful lawn and it's not really beautiful stuff, and I know that the truck is going to come in and go, "Rah," get all the stuff, it's going to leave stuff behind. Is it okay if we put a tarp under it?
Okay, the reason I was shaking my head no is they don't leave stuff behind. They rake
Oh, wow.
everything up, and you really don't know that they've been there, except for if you put it out many days in advance and it squished your grass or it's made your grass turn yellow or something like that. You really do not know that they've been there.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah, they're really good. I just wanted to reiterate, the transfer station is once a month for bulk debris. Landscape is as many times you want to go during that month.
Good, Matron. I just want to say that I think the whole thing is great because we're kind of a victim of our own success. I think I was the first person to go back in 2011 because I remember coming down the street here and going around the back, and there were a bunch of people standing there, a bunch of trucks, and nobody. There was no trash piled up, something like that. And I kind of came in and showed my ID and dropped off my couple bags. And as I was leaving, another one came in. And of course, shortly after that, it piled up. I've been in the line on Victory trying to turn in to get there, and I understand the library's concern, but I told Deb it's only twice a month. But anyway, it's been really good. The only question I had are two things. One, I saw similar to leaf pickup, plastic bags can't have the drawstring. Is that true?
No, you can have drawstrings anytime except for during the fall leaf program. And the reason why the drawstrings are, they're a different tensile strength than the bag itself. And when those bags go through, it's a tumbler, it ties around the gears in that tumbler and it jams everything up. So that's why we don't have drawstrings during the fall leaf program.
Okay,
Any
'cause
other time you can have drawstrings.
I think one of the pictures showed bags with drawstrings.
That one was because it was out on the road
Oh, okay,
and it
Not
wasn't
blocked.
back behind the ditch in their yard.
got it, okay. The second thing was, I know there's going to be concern about putting debris out early. Because it's on Tuesday, people do their stuff on Saturday or something like that, or Sunday, they leave it out. Do we have a limit to how many days, weeks, before we kind of tap them on the shoulder and say, hey, that's,
So city code already has a limit on it, but in the past, we have always been good neighbors and say, you're doing it on the weekend, you've called in for that week, and we've been really good with that. We plan on getting it picked up on Tuesday.
Right.
So it should only be out Saturday, Sunday, or Sunday, Monday. So it shouldn't be out for a long period of time. And as Tanya said, for the first couple of months, we will have somebody go through on Mondays in the other precincts. And once we get everybody used to it, we're just going to rely on our city employees to say, hey, I've seen a pile at so-and-so, and then we'll tag them or get information to them to get them picked up. But for the first couple of months, it's just getting the information out to everybody, saying it is a new program, this is how you need to work it. So hopefully that will get everybody in gear.
especially on the first Saturday in July,
Yeah, I think that's going to be a busy day.
right? So,
I have some, I'm sorry, Bud.
No, go ahead,
Okay.
Debbie.
I have some concerns, questions. I think the debris, great program. I think it keeps our city cleaner because we all see that people take part in this and they do, you know, keep their yards cleaner and instead of storing things outside when they're cleaning the inside of the house, you know, it's coming to the pickup. I am concerned about things being out in the yard all over the city. Even though we're picking up a precinct at a time, all doing a month, you know, we're gonna have debris out. I hope people will continue, you know, to use that around their yards, but I am concerned about that. And also, as Keith was stating, about, you know, folks, if they're cleaning out, it's usually on the weekend. So it's usually gonna be out there Tuesday, Wednesday. I understand you're gonna pick it up. But was there some discussion or ideas about somewhere else in the city that we can do a debris pickup like we have? Some city property, public works property, that maybe you could consider instead of having folks put it out at the curb?
Okay, I'm going to do the first question, and then we'll talk about the second question. So today, every month, we send an employee out to run every street in the city and leave tags. We call them tags. They're information letters saying, please have this removed, the next convenience site at such and such day. If it's still there after that convenience site, then we will pick it up and charge it. So we're already having to do that once a month anyway. Today, we put out over 30 tags just for piles that had not been called in. So that's something we're already doing, and we're already trying to maintain the cleanliness of the city. In doing this, we did look at other locations, and we could not figure out a spot that would not interrupt a neighborhood, would not interrupt another program. So like if we brought it at Public Works, during the summertime, the pool is going on, so that's going to interrupt the patrons to the pool. So there was really no other location that we could find that the city owned that did not interrupt something else at some point in time within the city. So this was why we came up with another program that we hope is giving the same benefits, but a little bit more convenient for our residents, because now they don't have to leave their home. They can just put it in front of their house on a Tuesday.
The other thing is, when it comes to the piles, right now, the current system is you get one free pickup a year, and so people want to maximize that pile and get the most in it that they possibly can. So the thought is, if they get a pickup every month, they could get used to just putting it out there every month and not have to worry about adding to a big pile. So we're hoping to cut down on the large piles throughout the city.
I just still have a concern about having it on the curbside, all of our precincts, having it up out there. I think our city is beautiful, and, riding through the city that week, or even that weekend. It could be even longer. If you said there's 30 that already had stuff out there that didn't call up, that's 30 that have to pay to get it picked up, and, they may be not on the ball because they do have to pay. But that's just a concern of mine. And I don't know, what the cost is for us to have the ability to take debris to York County, if we consider 2 times a month instead of having the collection. Yes, it's going to be inconvenient, because they really could take it right here to Poquoson, but I just think the beautification of the city versus, a little inconvenience on our part.
We echo your concern. That's why the first few months, we are going to do our diligence to make sure we do our part in educating our citizens on a new pickup. And if we find out that once a month is not enough, we will definitely speak to the transfer station, because again, we pay for the cost of the tonnage that's being dumped. So so again, if we find out that once a month is not enough and we're experiencing the complaints, then absolutely, we will pull the trigger for twice a month or 3 times a month, whatever it takes to make sure Poquoson stays beautiful.
I don't really have a concern, but I just really hate to see this go. It's a very, as you mentioned, 11,000 vehicles a year. It's a very popular thing that we do here in the city, and one that I get more comments from the general public about what a good job y'all do, and particularly Bonita. Y'all just did a great job of this thing. I was on council when we started it, and then I was on a committee with you to tune it up way back. And y'all have just done a great job, and like I say, it's one of the most popular programs that we have. And I understand that y'all are going to do good pickup and stuff, but I hate to see it go because it's so popular.
We agree, and one thing I did not point out too is our employees are the ones that are there on the Saturdays. They've been doing it, some of them since 2011, and they get a little tired, and we experience on a Friday or a Monday that we have a convenience site that they will take off so they could have a quality of life for themselves. So we understand it. We are definitely a victim to our success,
Yeah.
but we're going to make sure we work hard to continue what we've done.
I have a couple of questions. Kerry made some of the comments I was going to make. I get a lot of comments about the site we have back here, that everybody just loves it, okay? And Debbie asked the question, did you consider other sites? And I was wondering if the site at the parking lot down Mesquite Point was considered as one of those sites, okay? I was going to ask that question. The other question is, does everyone who wants to use the bulk pickup on their Tuesday, do they have to call in? They don't?
No.
Okay. Now, have you done a trial run to see if you can do it in one day? Because when I look at the map, I don't know how many miles of road we have in the city of Poquoson, okay? But when I look at the western precinct and I know all the roads that are down there, okay? If everyone had trash in their yard, okay, a bulk pickup in their yard, okay, I don't think there's any way in the world you could get all those streets in a day.
So one of the good things about it being on Tuesday and not Monday, we're able, for the people who put the piles out on the weekend, we're able to see how much is out there. So if we need to add extra trucks to it, we can add extra trucks to it. So we can get everything picked up. We also plan on trying to pick them up simultaneously, have the bulk and the landscape being picked up at the same time. We believe with the limiting of the size that they can have out, that it won't take as long as it does now. We know in the past that the gentleman used to pick up 80 to 120 pickups when we had 4 within 2 days, and that was one person. So we have looked at the past history of how long it took to pick things up and what we believe it'll take to pick these up. No, we haven't done a trial run because we really can't unless we go and put debris in people's yards. I mean, I would volunteer to let them use mine, but I don't think my neighbors would. But we did look at the past history to see how long it took to pick up in the past, how long, how many, how long, and what size of piles. And that with 4 pickups, they were still bigger than 6x6s, but they're not as giant as they are now.
Okay, well, the follow-up question to that is that now, when you go to someone's yard and pick it up, you're going to rake after you pick it up, okay? Which means you're probably going to be at each yard at least 10 or 15 minutes, okay, by the time you get there. And when I look at all the roads, and I think 10 or 15 minutes at each house on all those roads, I say, good gosh, it's going to take a lot of time. And then I want to know, what's that going to cost, okay? Is it going to drive the cost of the department up in order to do that?
Ironically, the cost, we're anticipating that the cost should be stable because what we're spending on a Saturday in overtime, we're going to make up by deploying trucks during the week, as well as potential overtime on that Tuesday. Because again, our intent is to make sure we pick up in the precinct. And so if we have to deploy overtime in that, then we will do so. My hopes is after we get this program going, we come back with the cost analysis because we know how much the convenience site costs us currently. What we don't know is how much each precinct will cost us as we go through it.
Okay, is it going to require to hire more people, you think?
I don't believe so at this point. I believe that the trucks we have, with the crew that we have, we will be able to cover the precincts.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from council members?
Thank you for all of these great questions. I appreciate it. I guess maybe a comment or a question. Is there a thought that perhaps our total tonnage may be reduced because we won't have some leakage from surrounding municipalities using the service anymore?
I didn't want to mention it, but that is our
Okay.
hopes. There is a potential that we can, and I'll give you a scenario. We had an employee eating breakfast with a fellow resident, and the fellow resident looked at his time and he says, I have to go. I've got to go pick up at my truck at my in-laws' house and bring it back into town. So we hope that what we will see is savings because, again, if you're going to bring it from out of town, that means you've got to put it in the truck and then unload it onto your property. Chances are just take it up to the convenience site. We may still have some, but again, it won't be as extreme.
Any other questions? Well, I'd like to recognize and thank staff for recognizing an opportunity for improvement. Staff has taken it upon themselves and gone above and beyond to plan and develop this program. So thank you very much for that. But specifically, our Assistant City Manager, Tanya O'Connell, thank you very much. Our Public Works Operations Manager, Bodina Wright, our Public Works Director, John Anderson, and also our Library Director and Public Information Officer, Ms. Jessica Hartley. Thank you for lending your talents in developing the presentation.
And Mayor, if I could say, this was one of our hardest tasks because before we came in front of you, we had to really sell our city manager because this is one thing that he loves dearly is the convenience site. And to have his blessing for us to bring it in front of you means tremendous to us as well. So we thank the city manager with his support.
Thank you, Randy.
I asked all the hard questions that you did, almost, and a few others, and I appreciate you.
And I first got a briefing last week, and it was very thorough, and I felt like I had a pretty good understanding of what the process entails. So thank you all for that. And we don't need a formal vote on this issue. What we do need to do is provide staff with a consensus from council, move forward with this program. And can we provide that, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Are you happy with that?
Yes, sir, absolutely. Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to the next topic, the recommended budget for fiscal year 2026. And we have a presentation from our our city manager, Randy Wheeler, and our finance director, Tara Woodruff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. This is the time of the year where I try and 10 or 15 minutes to summarize a multiple 100-page document. And this year, we're going to split it into two pieces. I'm going to expedite the piece that I normally do and ask our Finance Director, Tara Woodruff, to do a more in-depth second half than I have traditionally done in my oral presentation. I would refer you again, and citizens that are interested, to the full document, which is on our website, in our library, available in the Finance office, as well as City Manager's office. With that, I'll jump right in. As Council is aware, each year we start our budget process before we try to even begin to think about where we're going. We make sure that we understand where we are and refresh our memories on where we've been. Our financial position, despite all of the odd things that have happened since 2020, our financial position remains strong. Compliance with all of your adopted financial guidelines, our bond rating remains intact, our fiscal stability reserve is growing, our current year budget is projecting a small positive surplus in the general fund, so our beginning point is strong. I've been able to say that for the last 15 of 16 budgets, so I'm real proud of that, and all of us have a role to play in that. This year we have some of the same challenges as we usually face, but we also have some differences. And again, this is a quick overview of a more extensive document, but the economic challenges of higher than what we've seen lately, interest rates as well as inflation that's still not where the Fed target rate is in terms of 2%, is still more than that. We have the additional uncertainties as the changing federal priorities, the federal downsizing efforts, and some unknown or not yet able to quantify impacts on our economy, both in Hampton Roads and in Virginia, as well as the country. As Council is aware, the financial impacts of the state tax exemption programs continues to be one of the fastest elements in terms of growth in our budget. We'll talk more about that. So that's something we had to account for. Every year, I've talked about hiring and retention challenges. I want to be honest to say that based on the work that you all have approved in the last 6 months, things are looking better for us. We're within possible shouting distance of being at full staff in the fire department within the next couple of weeks. And the police department is also seeing increased number of applicants, and we're feeling good about that. So we're in the enviable position, I think, where we now have to keep up. We have caught up some, and we still have to maintain our position and improve it when we can. But I do want to recognize the efforts that you all have approved are bearing fruit, like we hoped they would. As you know, we are a member of several regional entities, both large ones like the Planning District Commission and HRTPO, but also smaller ones like Regional Animal Control and several elements of shared services with York County. Those often bring us an increase, and we'll speak more about that. This was not a year in which our retirement rates went up or down. Those are set every 2 years by the Commonwealth, but we did have a significant health insurance increase. And of course, as you remember from your last work session jointly with the school board is tackling issues of their own compensation plan. We'll speak more about that in a minute as well. So, as we've been doing this, and as I've been doing this here over the last 16 years, we've always had, as a staff, kind of 5 basic building blocks of a budget. We use the best information available, knowing that oftentimes the General Assembly, for example, and the governor have yet completed the budget, or in this case, there is some economic change that we can't fully quantify yet. We do the best we can with the information that we have. We try to maintain stable property rates. real and personal property. This year, we have been able to maintain a recommendation for stable rates. I'll speak more about that in a minute. As always, we limit new initiatives because we don't have unlimited money for sure, and we would rather focus on maintaining our existing services at the level of quality that our citizens are used to, and perhaps reinvesting the same resources in an improvement to services, than focus on something new. And lastly, and always, adherence to your adopted financial guidelines. This has been our true north that has got us out of the 2008-2009 recession all the way to a AAA bond rating and the strong financial position that we are today. So again, proposing stable real estate rates. I want to be clear that we all know that this is a reassessment year for us, which in Poquoson is every other year. Is contained within the budget the reassessment, which is a 7.6% average, which is over a 2-year period, meaning we did our last assessment 2 years ago. We do have some growth projected in the budget of new developments, and as I said, the tax rate for real estate is recommended unchanged. The personal property rate is also recommended unchanged. We would note to you that we saw a spike in the second and third year of the COVID time where used car values went up, and which was a very unusual trend, and that has been coming back down significantly. Now, the impacts potentially of new car tariffs on used cars, how that may or may not affect values in the future, I do not know. We don't have a crystal ball on that. But essentially, what you're seeing is that the real estate, personal property overall projection is relatively flat. The other guiding principles, and I've spoken to them already, we focus on existing programs and doing them well before we even give thought to doing something in addition, unless it's something specifically requested by City Council. As always, we adopt a budget and prepare one in conformance with your adopted fiscal management guidelines. I've mentioned limiting new initiatives. There are a grand total of 2 in this budget. Combined, they are $23,000. The first is money to join the Colonial Soil and Water Conservation District. You may recall from your pre-budget public hearing, we had a citizen that come forward and bring that suggestion. We looked into that suggestion. It seems like a very good thing for our community, so that recommendation is here at $13,000. That's an annual cost. And the second new initiative of $10,000 is to support the Child Development Resource Center's capital campaign. You recall they were here 2-3 months ago making a presentation. They asked us for $100,000. They made a similar ask relative to the relative size of the community of all the other communities they serve. And I believe that each of the managers has recommended in his or her budget 10% of that as an initial installment, that hopefully over the years we can do more. But given the financial times we're in, we couldn't really do more than that unless we cut something out of our existing services. So it's a start, and that has been communicated to Child Development Resources. I'm not speaking for them, but my impression was they were appreciative that something was there, in hopes over the years we can add to it. But having something there was more important than the specific number, as they're trying to show to other donors and other grants that all of the localities are in and helping them as well. As you know, and I stated previously, the General Assembly has completed its budget. The governor's worked on it some, and I think that process is still ongoing. We still have interest rates higher than most of us are used to. The Federal Reserve, at least earlier in the year, was predicting the possibility of 1 to 2 interest rate reductions later this year, but that was really before the last couple of months have happened, and I really have no real crystal ball, as I said before, on that. But as always, we do the best we can with the information we have, recognizing if we wait until we have all the information, that we'll be looking backwards on a fiscal plan. There are traditionally, and these match up real well with council's recently adopted mission, vision, and strategic initiatives, but these are the strategic focus areas that we have traditionally used as cornerstones for our budget work. You'll see, I won't read it each time, but the middle, first real paragraph is the section of the council's mission and vision or strategic initiatives that we think is most relevant to it. But number one, and the strategic focus areas are numbered, but they're not necessarily numbered in terms of priority. They're all important. But the school board has asked, and council will recall, for an increase in local contribution, excuse me, of nearly $1.5 million. What this budget recommends is $600,000. There are a number of factors that are shifting around at the state level which might substantially reduce that number, as well as the continuing work the school system is doing on with their health insurance renewal. So it should bring that number down in terms of the gap between the two. The exact amount won't be known until the General Assembly and the governor complete their work. I would note to you that 37.3% of the new funding is 6 percentage points higher than the amount in our current budget of the school operating transfer as a percentage of our general fund budget. So we've done what we could to at our level to assist with the school's pay plan. The school's budget request, as you'll recall from your joint work session, included a 3% increase for all employees. In addition to that was a classification and compensation study, which they spoke to you about, and the other thing to footnote at this point is it's based on an ADM of 2,057 students, which is the same as the current year's ADM, average daily membership. I would also note, not to forget it, that there is also money in this proposed budget consistent with your approved CIP to pay for the Poquoson High School roof project with a debt issuance in FY 2026. The second strategic focus area is public safety. As I alluded to a few minutes ago, Council approved an update to the pay plan as well as a step plan for eligible public safety employees. So what we have is the full year funding of that in the budget, as well as funding in there for the next step increase for eligible public safety employees. I would note to you, and I spoke about shared services, these are some of them. The largest is the agreement we have with York County. That includes the Sheriff's Office, the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office, the Clerk of the Court's Office, and I'm missing one. Circuit Court. And we work with others in the York County 911, specifically James City County and Williamsburg. Our share is going up a little bit. Animal control is actually two things merged together. We get our animal control services through a contract with the City of Newport News. We also participate with several localities in the regional animal shelter, which is located in Newport. Our animal control number is actually up a little bit, and our animal shelter number is a little bit down, so that 47 is a net. We're seeing, because of drops in our percentage of the total population being used at the Virginia Peninsula Regional Jail and the Merrimack Center, which is the juvenile detention facility, an actual reduction, and that goes right to reduction in the number of prisoner days, any days that residents of our community have as a percentage of the overall budget there. So that's for many reasons. The third strategic focus area is quality of life. As you will note, there are no new quality of life initiatives in next year's budget. Remember, there was only two for $23,000. I could have squeezed it and said one of those was probably that, but $23,000, they can stand on their own. But I would note to you, and the shelter up there is a illustration of a shelter, not necessarily the shelter that we're going to build. But next week, they will pour the concrete pad for the shelter, which is the last piece of the first phase of Two Tree Park. And installation should begin in earnest and potentially be done, weather permitting, by the end of this month. So we are rapidly coming to the end of the first phase of that park. And as council is aware, you have directed us to complete right-of-way surveys for Upper Poquoson Avenue and a portion of Little Florida for the possible provisions of sidewalks. I would tell you that the right-of-way survey for the Little Florida section is in. Engineer reviewed that with me today, and we will be coming to council to present a work session on that and seek your direction for that portion of the sidewalk project in the month of May. I'll be speaking with the mayor later this week to plan which of the 2 May meetings might be the best for that. But one way or the other, it'll be the month of May. So I'm real pleased that that is proceeding at pace. Strategic focus area 4, having already said there are essentially no significant new initiatives in the budget, we recognize that what makes us different as a workforce, hopefully on behalf of our community, is our people. And so even though the budget is tightening somewhat, we thought it was very important to continue to provide pay increases for our folks. So there's a 3% pay adjustment for all permanent, full-time, and part-time employees. And for the eligible folks that are public safety folks, there's step increases on top of that. To be clear, when we say all here, we mean all. And then the public safety is eligible on top of that. I would also note to you that with council's consent, we authorized and moved forward with the first portion of the general government pay plan adjustments, and so this budget reflects the full year funding of that. Almost last for me, I've said it a number of times, we thought it was important, particularly given the uncertainty of sort of what's coming next, that we don't do anything in this budget that kind of overextended us as we try to figure out sort of what's coming next. And so there is no significant, or there's no use of budgeted fund balance. Fiscal stability reserve remains solid at 1.2 million, and our bond ratings are unchanged and remain very high. I hope at mid-year of next year to be in a position to recommend you that we allocate some additional money to the fiscal stability reserve. But, the 6 or 7 months between now and then, and we'll see sort of how things are going, both in terms of our budget performance as well as the overall economy. And with that, I'm going to stop talking and let Tara walk you through the details of it.
All right, in the interest of time, I'll move as quickly as I can through some of the numbers in the general fund. So we're kind of focusing on the general fund here in the FY26 recommended budget. So the FY26 recommended budget totals just over $40 million and increases 1.6 million or 4.19% over the FY25 adopted budget. This slide here shows you a breakdown of the general fund revenue. Of course, you can see that the primary revenue source is general property taxes at 29.6 million, or 74% of the general fund revenue. Most of the projected revenue increase is also in this area, and other revenues are projected to remain fairly flat, with only small increases in other local taxes and state revenue. Real estate tax is the single largest revenue in the general fund, and it is projected to increase by 1.5 million. So when I said the budget was 1.6, this is most of it. The average reassessment increase is 7.6%, and there is no change in the tax rate recommended. The chart at the bottom kind of takes you from where we were with the FY25 adopted budget and moves you through the growth that we're projecting for the development that is continuing under construction, the reassessment increase, and then the tax relief for the program that we have with the elderly as well as the disabled veterans, which totals $1.8 million this year. And the next slide walks you through the fiscal impact of the real estate tax relief and deferral program. So that includes the elderly and the disabled, but the disabled veteran program really is the one that we've seen significant growth. So if you look at FY 2017, we were just over 300,000, and now we are estimating this to be at least $1.8 million. And as we were finalizing the budget, we saw a rapid increase even in the last month, so it could exceed that $1.8 million estimate that we had projected. And the 1.8, to give you an idea, it represents about 8 cents of our tax rate. And this program is affecting all surrounding localities. We're not the only one. Other localities are seeing this as well. All right, now moving on to the general fund expenditures. So this chart shows you a breakdown. The largest expenditure remains education at the 12.5 million or 31.5% of the total general fund budget. And when you combine this with the transfer for school debt, school spending represents 39.3% of the general fund. The second largest general fund expenditure category is public safety at 29.9%. And then the next few slides will walk through some of the increases in expenditures, some of which Randy's kind of touched on, but it kind of puts numbers to these things. All right, so city personnel. In the general fund, it totals $15.8 million for FY 26. No new positions are included in the budget. It is an increase of $744,000 over FY 25. And with City Council's strategic initiative to commit to enhancing public employee compensation, we really focused on this item to include that, as well as what we could do for the schools as well. So this shows you the increases. The 3% cost is $330,000. The 2% public safety step increase is $111,000. The other personnel changes are the full year funding of the pay plan for the public safety, as well as the initial general government changes in those pay plans, as well as some turnover and overtime costs for the increased rates. Health insurance premiums increased 12% for us this year. So the recommended budget includes cost sharing, so that means increases for the city and employees to share. So employees would experience about an $18 to $54 a month increase depending on their coverage, whether it's single, dual, or family coverage. Personnel expenditures are the largest portion of our budget in a sense. They're 39.6 of the whole budget, but when you back out the things that some of which we don't have control over with the shared expenses, the regional entities, those things, it makes up about 79.3% of the budget. There is no change in the VRS for next year. It is it's re-rated every 2 years, and this is the second year of the current rates. The rates did increase last year. Much of the operating expenditure increases relate to bringing the public safety building online with utilities, janitorial costs. Some inflationary costs are included. But because of the focus on employee compensation and what we could do for the schools, we had to make some cuts in some other areas, including, like, we had a contingency budget in previous years and we have zero included for next year. So we had to make those cuts to be able to afford certain things. Randy kind of walked through the other changes there with the shared services and outside agencies. He mentioned the new initiatives for the $23,000 that's included in the other agency increases. The transfers to CIP, hang on, go back, sorry. The transfers to the Capital Projects Fund is a $169,000 increase. That's for 2 police vehicle replacements and a facility condition assessment for City Hall and Fire Station 2. If you looked at the constrained capital improvements plan, we did have additional things planned to be transferred from the general fund to the capital projects fund, but we had to make some adjustments to that in order to fund some other things. The other item there is the transfer to special revenue in our other post-employment benefit fund. And that increase relates to, we expect a couple additional retirements, as well as the increased health insurance rates. That causes that to increase. Right, education, our largest expense in the general fund. It includes two things. We have the $12.5 million transfer for their operations, as well as the debt service transfer to fund the school debt. So that again makes up the 39.3% of the general fund expenditures. There is also $2.6 million in capital projects fund to fund a Poquoson High School roof replacement project, which we are recommending to issue new debt for this, and that was in our plan in the CCIP. So just to walk you through, the school's budget can be found on their website, but we just wanted to highlight a few brief things. Their adopted budget was adopted on March 18th by their school board, and it's $32.6 million, which is a 6.7% increase over FY25. The school's budget was based on the governor's budget because that's what was available at the time. Their FY25 budget was based on 2,038 students, or the average daily membership, and they are currently projecting that to be at 2,057 for FY25, and they have used that number to prepare their budget for next year. And Randy also already mentioned the changes that the schools have for their pay, for their compensation plan, as well as the 3% that the state included. The state's working on their budget, so if you remember during their work session, they talked about once the state's done, they do expect to get more revenue, so we'll see if they get additional revenue. And they also expect to decrease their health insurance to 17%, which might save another $147,000 for them. And we certainly couldn't fund their whole 1.5, but we did the best we could with what we had. All right, so some upcoming budget dates. At your next city council meeting, we will have another budget work session. There will be a public hearing on the budget and the proposed tax rate. The scheduled budget adoption is on May 12th. And any additional work sessions that you desire can be scheduled as needed. And Randy mentioned the budget can be found on the city's website. Hard copies are also available for review in the library, the city manager's office, as well as the finance office. That's all I have, so whatever questions you may have.
Thank you, Tara. Any questions from council?
Just have a general comment I'd like to point out.
Yes, sir.
We see on TV, it talks about federal money and that kind of stuff. We get 3.5% or 3.5% of our school budget from federal money, and people need to realize that. It's a very locally funded thing. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman.
Could I add something?
Yes, sir.
I appreciate you bringing that up, Councilman Freeman. It flashed by real quick, and if you weren't paying attention, and I wouldn't because it was the smallest line item on the chart, but the amount of normal year-in, year-out federal money that supports our budget directly is about $8,000. So they can have their $8,000 in their federal mandates as far as I'm concerned. But I know it will impact schools differently.
Thank you, Randy. Keith?
Yes, question on, I don't know, a slide that's FY 2026 general revenue. I have a number on it, sorry, I can't. Pink. There you go. I'd asked the question, but I'll ask it here out loud. We're talking about general property tax is bringing in $29,627,000. And I asked you, what would a 1 penny increase to the property tax equate to?
It's about $232,000 for next year.
I didn't suggest raising it, but I'm just asking the question.
Mr. Mayor, sorry.
Oh, I guess, sorry. On the real estate tax relief and deferral program, just like 2 more slides. That one. Are these exemptions taken from current residents, or is this new people moving in, or what?
This is anyone who's in the city of Poquoson that's eligible for the program.
But I mean, did they come to this exemption while living here, or?
They should have, yeah.
Oh, if you understand what I'm saying, that someone moved in and they buy a house and they're not paying the tax on it because of the exemption, or are they living here and all of a sudden they receive the exemption, therefore they're not being charged?
I believe it can be either, so if
I know
someone...
it can be, I'm asking, what is it, though?
Well,
Do we know?
I think the commissioner knows, but a lot of that information is protected, so we get the information in aggregate. We don't have the information in specific.
That is correct. So the Commissioner of Revenue oversees that program because of privacy reasons, and each person is different. It could be as they moved in, it's as they could have gotten out of service. So again, as they move here, they're in active service, and then when they retire, they become disabled through the government. So each person is different in there, and be reminded that July 1st, there was a referendum that was approved through the state that has expanded that program as well. So we're going to have an additional increase to that program come July 1st because of what's been approved through the referendum.
I'm confused, what do you mean by an increase?
Well, currently, spouses are not eligible for the benefit. There was a vote that happened that was approved through the referendum that allows spouses now, so that can go back as far as 10 years.
Like widows or widowers?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, the last question I had, Angie.
We had, the school budget had put in their budget that the local contribution was $13,477,013, and we have $12,588.38. That was their proposal as versus our so-called reality. Is that the difference?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
So they will have to go back and revisit their budget.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
I was just going to comment, I think for me, I've learned a lot in the last couple of years about the difference between budget considerations of a county and tax rates versus a city and budget considerations and tax rates. And I was wondering, Randy, if you could touch a little bit on the difference between a city and a county as far as tax considerations and budget.
Sure. I probably won't do a comprehensive job on the fly, but some basic differences between counties and cities is cities do their own roads. And VDOT provides some support, but it is most often insufficient to complete the task. In a county, VDOT does the roads. They do the roadside ditches, they cut the grass, they do the pavement projects, and to the extent that they don't do it, that's on them too. And same is true with snow removal, for example. There's a reason why in a normal snow event within about 12 hours if it stops snowing, we have every public street clear, and counties do not. VDOT doesn't have that kind of resource to do it. So that's one part. The constitutional officers of the sheriff receive a significant amount of support. We do, as cities, get 599 police funding, but by and large, they're not the same. They're both important. So they get support for their constitutional officers. Well, we have constitutional officers too, but they have more of their, quote, departments are compared to ours. We also have some differences in what we can do in terms of a referendum compared to, or borrowing without a referendum that counties don't have. They also have, and we have some ability to put in some taxes that for them, they can't do. The taxation is different, but also the responsibilities of the government. That's a general answer, and then as you fine tune the counties, like there are different types of county, there's the county executive form of government, and there are a few charter counties, so because that's a generic answer compared to a specific answer.
Randy? Any other questions or comments? Okay. I'd just like to share my thoughts on this. Between my time on the school board and my time on council, this is my 14th budget, and I am exceedingly pleased with the work the staff has done for us. Staff never ceases to amaze me with what they are able to do, especially in the financial times that we're living in right now. So thank you, Randy, for your efforts. Tara, thank you so much for your efforts. And Tara and her entire team, our Assistant City Manager, Tanya O'Connell, as well. So just cannot thank y'all enough for what y'all do for us. And also like to recognize we do have a special guest with us tonight, Dr. Chris Burbidge. He is our school board chair, and he is here tonight as we continue to collaborate to support the school system as best we can. But just to reassure the public, this council works very closely with our school board. School staff works very closely with city staff in a combined effort to produce this budget that we feel like is a very good balance for the greater good of us all, especially when it comes to compensation. We understand that's going to need to be an incremental process. I feel like we're taking a very good step this year towards improving compensation and making ourselves competitive when it comes to that. So with that, we will conclude the work session, and in about 3 minutes, we will begin our regular session of City Council. Thank you all very much.
Should give me a thumbs up.
Okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. We're ready to go.
Good evening and welcome to all. This meeting of the Poquoson City Council is called to order. If we could all please rise, Councilman Kerry Freeman's going to lead us in the invocation and pledge of allegiance.
Pray with me, please. Dear Lord, we thank you for this opportunity to meet together as an elected council. Please guide us and direct us to work together with respect and understanding, striving for the common good of our city. We ask you to bless our military, especially those deployed, our first responders who serve our city. In your name, amen.
Of the United States of America.
Thank you, Councilman Freeman. Appreciate that. So we'll move on to item C on our agenda, which is the audience for visitors. So we'll open the floor for any comments that are not related to the public hearings identified below on the agenda. Okay, seeing none, we will close the floor and move on to item D, which is a special presentation in recognition of Child Abuse Prevention Month. So if I could ask the representatives from the Poquoson Exchange Club to join me at the podium, we will read this proclamation.
I'll get a hug, good.
Thank y'all so much for being with us tonight, and we certainly appreciate what y'all do for the community. Tonight we will recognize the month of April as Child Abuse Prevention Month in the city of Poquoson. And we have a proclamation tonight. It reads as follows. Whereas the city of Poquoson applauds the Exchange Club of Poquoson for its dedicated work in the prevention of child abuse in our community, and whereas the city of Poquoson commends the Exchange Club of Poquoson for its promotion of ongoing programs in our community which are designed to help prevent child abuse, and whereas the city of Poquoson stands firmly on the side of prevention of any type of abuse and believes no child should endure verbal, emotional, or physical abuse for any reason, and whereas the National Exchange Club adopted the prevention of child abuse as its national project in 1979 in response to a request by its national president who, as a physician, noticed an increase in child abuse cases in his medical practice. Since then, April has been designated as Child Abuse Prevention Month. And the City of Poquoson supports and encourages all of our residents and community leaders to wear blue each Monday in April in observance of Child Abuse Prevention Month. Now therefore, I, David A. Hucks, Mayor of the City of Poquoson, do hereby proclaim the month of April to be Child Abuse Prevention Month in the City of Poquoson in recognition of our commitment to healthy, happy children and to help eliminate child abuse in our community and to support the efforts of the Exchange Club of Poquoson and all others who observe this important cause in their mission to bring awareness of this tragic problem to the forefront and to help make our community a stronger and more loving city where children will be able to grow and thrive without fear of harm. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Poquoson, Virginia, to be affixed this 14th day of April, 2025. Present this to y'all. And thank you again for being here, all the members of the Exchange Club.
I got a little speech.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Please do.
You know I got a little speech.
Of course, the floor is yours, Ms. Green.
Thank you. We wish to thank council and, whoops. Let's try page 1. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council, for recognizing the importance of child abuse prevention and allowing the Exchange Club and the Excel Clubs, which is the high school club, to promote the month of April as Child Abuse Prevention Month. While this special month is celebrated throughout the entire country, with Pinwheel Gardens, it is also the major project of our Exchange Clubs. This year, the Exchange and Excel Clubs wish once again to paint Poquoson blue, with 15 Pinwheel Gardens throughout the city. One is at the electronic sign, one is at the Parks and Rec building, one at City Hall, one at the high school. Thank you, Excel team, for doing the one at the high school. 4 at the stoplight at Victory, and With Creek Roads, 1 on each of the 4 corners there. 1 at the primary school, there's a garden at the elementary school, and 1 at the middle school. 4 churches in our area have Pinwheel Gardens: Emmaus Baptist Church, St. Timothy's Anglican Church, Tabernacle United Methodist Church, and Trinity United Methodist Church. Please be aware when you see the Pinwheel Gardens that they are a reminder of the many children across our state and country that have been abused. We wish to thank council for allowing us to keep the gardens placed on public property that has been newly designated as the off-limit zones for Poquoson, for posters and any type of things like gardens that we try to have displayed. Future gardens will be limited to private property in less prominent areas. We are reminded in the proclamation to wear blue on Mondays in the month of April. To help facilitate this, the Excel Club displays a tree in City Hall. You may have passed it when you came in. It's decked out with blue ribbons for your use. Just take one, be sure to grab one, and wear it proudly as a reminder to keep our children safe. Exchange also partners with the Poquoson Public Library and the monthly food bank distribution by disseminating information to parents and Pinwheel activities for children. Also, daily tips for parenting children are displayed on the Exchange Club's Facebook page. Thank you so much for allowing us this opportunity to accept the proclamation and to help us promote April as Child Abuse Prevention Month. Thank you.
Thank you again to the members of Poquoson Exchange Club for being with us tonight and for all that y'all do to support this community. Next item on the agenda is the approval of minutes for the work session of March 24th, 2025. Do we have a motion and a second?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Very well. Christie, call for a vote, please.
Councilman Freeman. Councilwoman Emmett.
Aye.
Councilman Southall.
Aye.
Councilman Thigh.
Aye.
Councilwoman Hubbard.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Bunting?
Aye.
Mayor Hooks?
Aye.
Mr. Mayor, motion carried by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Christie. The next item is approval of the minutes for the regular session of March 24th, 2025. Do we have a motion and a second?
So moved, Mr. Mayor. Second.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Christie?
Councilman Fye?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Bunting?
Aye.
Councilwoman Emmett?
Aye.
Councilman Freeman?
Aye.
Councilman Southall?
Aye.
Councilwoman Hubbard?
Aye.
Mayor Hooks?
Aye.
Mr. Mayor, the motion carried by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Christie. That brings us to item F, public hearings. We have 5 tonight. Each one of them contains at least one presentation. After the presentation, we'll have a period for questions and comments from city council members. And being a public hearing, we will then open the floor to comments from the public. And since we have a very busy agenda tonight, I would respectfully request that presenters be thoughtful and considerate of others as they're making their presentations. So the first item for the public hearing is an ordinance to amend and eliminate sections of the City of Poquoson Code of Ordinances to include Article 8.4, Planned Unit Development Mixed Use Overlay District, as found in Appendix A, zoning and all references thereto. And here with us tonight is our Director of Community Development, Mr. Wiley Horton.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Let me get my presentation up here. We'll be underway. Oh, yeah, okay, got it. There we go, right there. That's me. Thank you very much. This is, as the mayor read, an amendment to remove the mixed-use planned unit development mixed-use overlay district and all references there too. The City Council at its January 27, 2025 meeting initiated the resolution to amend and eliminate sections of the City of Poquoson Code of Ordinances, as I said a minute ago, to include Article 8.4, Planned Unit Development, Mixed-Use Overlay District, as found in Appendix A, Zoning, and all references thereto. This amendment was advertised quite well. You may remember in February we had a big snowstorm. So we advertised again for the March Planning Commission, and of course we advertised as well for the for this hearing tonight. We also mailed notices of hearing to all affected property owners and all adjoining property owners, both at the Planning Commission meetings and at this meeting here tonight before the City Council. Here's what this amendment will do. The amendment will eliminate the ability to apply for planned unit development, mixed-use planned unit development, if I can get my words in order there, which is currently subject to Planning Commission recommendation and City Council approval as it stands now. The amendment will not change the underlying zoning of any affected property. If your underlying district is village commercial, you will remain in the village commercial. If it's research and development, you will remain in research and development. The legacy development in particular is not affected since it was initiated before January 27th. In fact, it was initiated on August 24th, 2015 as a planned unit development mixed-use overlay district. In addition to initiating these zoning ordinance amendments initiated on January 27, 2025, the City Council on February 10th, 2025, identified as one of its strategic initiatives to conduct a careful review of the city's comprehensive plan and supporting ordinances, prioritizing the north side of Victory Boulevard, followed by an evaluation of the city's central business district. Pursuant to this, staff would anticipate additional changes to the zoning ordinance in addition to changes in the comprehensive plan as a result of this review. Here's where we're talking about, and actually I do have a pointer here. We're talking about essentially this entire cross-hatched area, which covers general commercial, research and development, the legacy development, which is in that bold outline there, as well as some village commercial property in east of City Hall, anyway, going towards Wood Creek Road. As you can see, the legacy development takes up a pretty good amount of that. But as I said, that's already underway. We'll have to do several things. This is sort of references there too in the zoning ordinance. From 1-3 definitions, we'll have to change the 6 overlay districts to 5, and you can see that in the bolded blue. In section 1-11, again, 6 overlay districts will be changed to 5, and that's simply because the PUD-MU plan unit development overlay district will be eliminated. In 8.2, we reference the plan unit development mixed use zoning district. We will eliminate that if this is passed. And we'll leave just the planned development district includes the planned unit development waterfront PUD district, singular. Again, in the second paragraph, the requirements of Article 8.3, which is a waterfront overlay, or Article 8.4, which is the mixed-use overlay, that will be deleted. Continuing on at 8.2-2, at the very bottom there, you'll see that section 8.4-10, which is part of a district, the district that will be eliminated is deleted here as well. Permitted locations, a planned development district may be established in any development area identified in the comprehensive plan as a waterfront mixed use. Again, we only have one mixed use district if this is passed. Amendments to existing PUD-MU developments initiated on or before April 14, 2025, and PUD-W planned development districts. The reason for this is Legacy, of course, was initiated back in 2015, but basically there will be no additional planned unit development mixed-use districts. And here we are again. I just thought I'd go ahead and reinforce this map here. Again, it's the crosshatched area that we're talking about. Minus the legacy development that you see in bold here. And we will eliminate all of Article 8.4, which is titled Plan Unit Development Mixed Use Overlay District. That's basically the long and short of it, but I'll be happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Wiley. Any questions of Wiley from council members or comments? Andy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, for those that are watching at home, it's hard to see on the graphic, but the dark purple color between the pink, the red and the blue, north of Victory, that's crosshatched as well, correct?
Yes, it is. Most of it. There's a slight area that is not crosshatched, and that is right up in this area right here. But that's general commercial zoning.
Thank you. You couldn't tell it from the graphic?
It's really hard to tell. It is.
Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. At this time, I'll open the floor for comments. Okay. Wally, thank you very much. Seeing none, we'll close the floor, and we will move on to item 2 under public hearings. That would be good. I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself, so my apologies. We have a motion and a second to approve this ordinance.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we adopt an ordinance to amend and eliminate sections of the City of Poquoson Code of Ordinances to include Article 8.4, Planned Unit Development, Mixed Use Overlay District as found in Appendix A, zoning and all references thereto.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Christie, call for vote, please.
Councilwoman Hubbard?
Aye.
Councilman Southall?
Aye.
Councilman Freeman?
Aye.
Councilwoman Emmett?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Bunting?
Aye.
Councilman Fye?
Aye.
Mayor Hooks?
Aye.
Mr. Mayor, the motion carried by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Christie. So, item 2 under public hearing is a resolution to approve or deny a request for a conditional use permit application by Gregory Shaw, applicant and owner, for the construction of a private pickleball court at 8 Rochambeau Drive, an approximate 1.42 acre parcel identified as tax map parcel 11-00-0060-B, zoned RS, single family residence. And we have with us tonight our principal planner, Mr. Thomas Canella. He has a presentation for us. Thomas?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Mr. Manager. I have a presentation for you this evening on the conditional use permit request. It's just read by the mayor. The applicant is Gregory Shaw. For those reasons you just mentioned, Mr. Mayor, the code consideration is that what I say is a full-size or regulation-size pickleball court is not one of the permitted uses listed in the RS district, therefore requires a conditional use permit. This public hearing was advertised for legally, and the applicant as well as adjacent property owners notified. This is from the application. The applicant wishes to construct a private pickleball court at the property listed above, 8 Rochambeau Drive. Current zoning does not allow a court in the front yard of the property. The property's front yard is off of any main road and not visible from any main roads. There is also a substantial natural buffer of trees around the proposed location. This is a satellite image of the site, and I've outlined there in red 8 Rochambeau Drive, the subject parcel. What I've also done in taking from adjacent property owners or property owners in the vicinity who've either voiced no opposition or opposition to the project is shown in this aerial. And those 4 properties shown with red X's have expressed opposition, and the 2 with the blue checks being 12 and 14 Jefferson Court have expressed no opposition. You'll notice that 6 Rochambeau Court is in opposition to the application, whereas before the Planning Commission, they were not. This is an image prepared by the applicant that shows the approximate location or requested location of the pickleball court. You can see it is in front of their residence in the front yard. The total size, I would say, of the court and surrounding structure is 62 by 30, but also as part of this is a deck or maybe a viewing platform and some lighting as well, which I'll get to in just a second. This is a picture at the end of Rochambeau Drive that I took. If you're going into the driveway of the subject parcel, this is looking towards the front yard of the home at 8 Rochambeau Drive, and just behind those trees is the requested location for the court. This is taken from the applicant's driveway in the area that has been cleared and prepped for the installation of the court. And this is a picture I took from the front yard of the applicant, looking back out towards Rochambeau Drive. I took this from the application. This is the lighting detail provided, and as indicated in the plan and conditioned, the lights to be installed shall be concentrated to the court, and no lighting shall spill over to adjacent properties. This is a planting exhibit offered by the Planning Commission offered by the applicant since the Planning Commission's consideration, and this ties into condition number 8, and that he'll plant needlepoint holly trees for the purpose of additional screening than otherwise naturally exist. And this was provided by him for your consideration. These are the 13 permitted uses in the single-family, RS single-family district. I mentioned it at the beginning of my presentation that this is not one of those permitted uses and is therefore being considered by you all as a conditional use permit. There are 8 recommended conditions. 2 of them, conditions 7 and 8, were offered by the applicant since the Planning Commission's recommendation. The Planning Commission recommended denial unanimously, but with your approval, should you choose to approve tonight, these conditions will be included or modified or added to as you may wish. The first is that the plan for the site shall only be approved once all requirements of the city code are satisfied. The second, lighting for the court shall be affixed consistent with the plan shown in the application so that the light is concentrated to the court. No lighting shall spill over to adjacent properties. We do have a meter that measures lumens if it were ever an issue, or we have it to use in commercial site plans. We could actually measure if light is spilling over. The third condition is that the applicant shall maintain all existing trees and vegetation as shown in the application and the staff presentation. This is the existing vegetation, the vegetation that existed, that currently exists. At such time any existing tree or vegetation is removed, it shall be replaced in an effort to screen the use as required and determined appropriate by staff. This condition is if a couple trees fall or if some vegetation dies, we would work with the applicant in restoring the buffer, the vegetated buffer to serve as screening. The fourth condition is that the court shall remain private in nature and shall not be used for charitable, commercial, or competition purposes. The purpose of the court is for the applicant, the owner, perhaps friends and family, not for the purpose of competitive play or commercial use. The fifth condition is that the use must comply with all local, state, and federal permits, licenses, and regulations. If at any time the use is operating in violation of any of the regulations set forth by the aforementioned agencies or the conditions listed herein, the City Council may revoke this permit. The sixth condition is that City Council reserves the right to review and amend the conditions of the permit as they see fit. The seventh condition, this is one of 2 offered by the applicant, is that he will, and I'm quoting, paint the court surface a color that best blends into the surrounding area. This in an effort to reduce the visibility of the court by adjacent property owners or from the public right-of-way. And the 8th condition, this comes straight from an offer of the applicant, which you saw in the diagram or the graphic of the needlepoint hollies, is that they will be strategically placed in accordance with the exhibit provided by the applicant to further buffer noise and light, particularly for winter months. Mr. Mayor, that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions you may have or members of council. I will add, Mr. Mayor, with your approval tonight, the 8 conditions, the 6 written by staff in consultation with the applicant, as well as the 2 offered by the applicant, will be included. Should City Council deny the conditional use permit at the request of the applicant, staff will work with him on identifying a location on his property, an alternate location that may be suitable for the court that otherwise wouldn't require conditional use permit.
Well done, Thomas. Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from council for Thomas? Okay, at this time, I'd like to call on the applicant, Mr. Gregory Shaw, to give us a
I hope I didn't just turn that off. I hit a button. My name's Greg Shaw, 8 Rochambeau Drive. I'm the owner and applicant for this application. This is my wife, Kim. She'll be running the slideshow. Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, City Council members, on behalf of Kim and I, thank you very much for allowing me to address some of the concerns that came up during the planning meeting last time. I've got a quick agenda here that should cover what I want to talk about. I want to talk tonight about a brief opening statement, a little more overview about the project. I want to address the main concerns and key concerns that came up from both my neighbors as well as the Planning Commission, which include noise levels, lighting, and property value effects that could be occurred from this project, and then conclude that out. I have a procedural question. I'm not sure who can answer this. You, Mr. Mayor. When I get to milestone blocks at the end of noise level, lighting, and property value, would you allow me to answer questions for that block before we continue to the next block, or you want me to finish everything?
I'll allow for questions. Yes, sir.
Thank you. So, just briefly, I went to the Planning Commission meeting 3 weeks ago to present this property and its unique layout so that they could understand the CUP going forward as well. Please allow me to call the conditional use permit a CUP or a permit, just to save some words. And also, I'll be referring in this presentation to both my handouts as well as the appendices that I gave you as well as a 125-page notebook that you received from Mr. Small. So when I refer to his, I'll say tab, so that I don't have to say the big long names again, right? Tab. So my slides are appendices. Robert Small's binder will be tab number, and conditional use permit will be CUP. So, to my surprise, Robert Small had presented a presentation opposing this project, and I felt like it turned into a case against pickleball instead of a condition that said, I don't have room in my backyard to put a pickleball court, I want to move it to a side front yard. But it became a pickleball challenge and why pickleball is not a good idea in a residential piece of property. Okay, so be it. I will address every one of those concerns that will be brought up. The commission voted not to recommend approval of our request based on what I would consider misrepresentation of a lot of data that's in that notebook. I'll address those points, mainly around noise and potential effect on property value. So we prepared this presentation to address those as well as the Planning Commission meeting concerns. So, Mr. Cannella already presented this overhead. I just wanted to point out that the 32 feet is from the property line over to the edge of that court. The closest resident is Mr. and Mrs. Perez Ramos, which is another 28 feet to the south of that. So they're 60 feet away. Due to the uniqueness of this property, the proposed location is not exposed. I hope some of you, if not all of you, had a chance to come on down to the neighborhood. I did see a couple cars coming in out of my driveway, hoping that was some council people, and have a chance to actually see that for yourself. I think it makes a big difference versus these photos. As you can see, our home is well hidden from the outside world. So, why is it there and why is it in my backyard? Basically, I don't have enough room in the backyard, and the other area behind the side is wetlands areas, conserved wetlands. So there was not enough room anywhere else on the property. So I said, where can I sneak it in where it's the least visible? And that was the place that's proposed. Now, in Mr. Small's presentation to the Planning Commission meeting, he zeroed in a lot of his photos, and you have a lot of those photos in your final tab 20 in your note in the tab book. And he kept zeroing in on that tan spot and said, I can see where it's going. That tan spot is the sand that was brought in to compact the area for a concrete slab. So an obvious question in your mind is, why did you take time to prep this location before you had a cup? I want to answer that. So on August 28th of last year, my wife made a phone call to the permit office, and I quote, she said, we want to pour a slab to the side of our driveway to play pickleball. Do I need a permit to do that? The person that answered the phone said, just a minute, I will talk to some folks. She went and talked to some folks in the permit office, came back. I'm paraphrasing what she said to Kim. No, you don't need a permit. You just need to ensure that the setback requirements from the property line and the house are met. So shame on us for not going down and getting that in writing, but we ran with that under good faith. That's why the site is prepped. The CUP came into play when I said, gee, I want to throw some lights up there and play in the evening, late evenings for an hour or so. But I'm going to stay clean on the electrical and ask my electrical contractor, go down and get an electric permit. When he went to get that electric permit, that's when Mr. Somerset in the inspection office gave me a call and said, I don't have anything to match this to. There's not a building permit or any other permits. What's going on? That's when I went down to the city office and explained the whole project to Thomas, as a matter of fact, and Wally, and they were the ones that said, time out, we need to talk about a CUP. So that was kind of like, why is that pre-prepped, right? So project overview on the left side, that's a picture taken on March 25th, about the time the pictures that Thomas has are about that time. So as you can see, as the weather is springing out and we got some nice foliage coming in on August 6th, we're starting to get some better coverage. So as the weather turns warm, the foliage is out and I'm less visible. Next slide. So this slide here is a couple photos from Mrs. Small's yard. And you can see where the added distance and added trees from her place is. You really can't see the site from there. So so more obscured from Mrs. Small's front lot. So, what is a pickleball court? A lot of people envision a big tennis court. And I just wanted to show you what our concept is. It's basically a 30 by 62 slab of concrete. The court itself is only 20 by 44, but you got a little bit of skirt of concrete around it. So you got a little bit of playing room off the line, right? So that's kind of what it looks like. That's the concept. When we said we paint the surface to blend in with the surrounding atmosphere, that's kind of a concept of what we mean by that. And then 15-foot lights engineered designed to stay on the court, not to go into neighbor's property. You got a 3-foot tall net that goes across the center, of course. And then in the presentation or notes that you see that are called observation deck, what that means is I just have a small 12 by 16 decked area between the end of that and the beginning of my driveway. And that was just really my wife's and I's thought of throwing a couple chairs out there, watching the grandkids play basketball or pickleball and hang out with them. So not a big observation deck and not stadium seating as applied in some of those notes in Mr. Small's presentation. So briefly, let me address the neighboring properties. So there's 3 bordering properties primarily. As you see, 2 of them are off Jefferson Court, Mr. Mercer, Mr. Dickerson. Mrs. Perez is 6 Rochambeau Drive. So at the beginning, when I went out and talked to these surrounding neighbors, those 3 were not opposed at the time. I went to talk to Mrs. Small, and when I went to the door, her kids didn't allow me to talk to her. They said, you need to talk to Mr. Small. So about 30 minutes later, he came down to my house. We had a conversation. He immediately told me he was opposed to the project. I inquired, talk to me, what's the issue? You can't see it from your house. Tell me about what your concerns are. He said, I'm concerned with potential property value, impact, lighting, that I might see this thing lit up all hours of the night, and precedence. If you build this, it sets a precedence for others to be able to put it in their front yard. He did not at the time mention at all that noise was a concern. I did talk to Mr. Ireland at 4 as well. At that time, Mr. Ireland expressed that, hey, sounds cool, I want to learn how to play pickleball. Did not express any objection at the time. Surprise, planning meeting, there's a letter from Mr. Ireland that says, I object. I went back to Mr. Ireland's place and said, talk to me, what's different than when we had a conversation? So John said, honestly, I don't really care. I don't really think my vote has anything to say because I'm far enough away from it, but I owed a favor to Mr. Small, so I signed it as a favor to him. So be it. Signature counts. You have a signature. Latest information, surprise to me last week, is when I saw that the Perez family signed an opposing letter. Another big surprise. Same thing, went back to them and asked to give me a chance to explain what my vision was and see what their concerns were. They set up a meeting with me 2 days later. The night before the meeting, I got a knock on the door from Mr. Small, who said, I now represent them legally in this case. You can't talk to them unless I'm present. And I said, okay, that doesn't bother me. Let's go talk to him. So we went and talked to him on Friday, and their concerns, they expressed, and I addressed those. I felt like I dampened some of that down. Mr. Small scared the bejeebies out of him over a couple noise issues and this property value issue. So I'm glad they're here tonight. I would like for them to listen to all the data and be honest about where they are after this meeting. So, one of the things I want to point out that's very important to this case is that the majority of data that's presented in those tabs from Mr. Small is primarily addressing multi-court complexes, multi-court facilities, not a single private court on a residential piece of land. Negative comments in the literature are based on multi-court facilities. So, for example, his article in tab 16 is an article about Walter Reed Community Center. That community center is in the middle of a residential area, used to be tennis courts. It's very common around the United States with this pickleball phase coming in as they're converting tennis courts to pickleball courts. And so that has 6 courts on it, and there actually is a YouTube video online from a news channel, WUSA, and they did an interview, and I watched that interview, and when they interviewed one of the guys in the neighborhood, his comment was, "The noise is 15 hours a day, 7 days a week. Too much, too much." So, yes, it would be. My goodness. I wouldn't want to listen to that for 15 hours a day, 7 days a week either. So, my point here, we're not comparing apples to oranges. A lot of these articles that are very negative on pickleball have to do with multi-court facilities. All right, let's talk about noise specifically. Next slide. City noise ordinance, section 3435 of the ordinance has nighttime and daytime requirements. We don't need to spend a lot of time on nighttime. I have no intentions of playing during those nighttime hours. 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. is defined as nighttime. Let's address daytime requirements, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. So the requirement is, from a noise standpoint, you cannot exceed 65 decibels when measured inside your house, 4 feet off the wall, pointed toward the direction of the noise that's being generated. I'll show you evidence that a private pickleball court exceeds these requirements, meaning under that requirement, is well within the requirement. So, I'm an engineer, retired engineer, 40 years in the field, and guess what engineers do? They don't like data without self-proof. We like to taste and feel and smell that data. So I went out and bought a sound meter, did a couple hours of research, found this guy, plus or minus 1.5 decibels, decided to do a little bit of research on my own. So in general, noise levels, pickleball in general, there's a couple numbers in pickleball. The first number is pickleball impact at the paddle. Over there on the right-hand side, you see 82 to 100 decibels. That's the impact point. The number on the left side is telling you what it is at 100 feet away. So a lot of these studies deal with 100 feet away because no residents are on top of the pickleball court. They're at a little bit of a distance, right? So that's a number that's typically used in these studies. Another very common number I like to compare to is basketball bouncing. It's very similar, 70 to 90. As we know, basketball is very common in residential areas, and more than 95% of the time, it's in the front yard or a side yard because you want to utilize a driveway to play basketball, right? Interesting observation is that across the street from Mrs. Small, at John Ireland's place, his daughter was quite the basketball star back in high school on the varsity team. And she played a lot of basketball right in the street, right across the street from Mrs. Small's house. A lot of basketball. Practice, practice, practice. She was pretty good. As a matter of fact, I'm not for sure, but I think she went to college and played basketball. Anyway, the point is, I never heard of any complaints out of anybody that the noise was too much. Very similar noise. The other point that was made during the Planning Commission meeting was that there was a comparison. In one of those studies, you'll see compares a pneumatic framing nailer to pickleball. And there was the scientist that did that study did it under a laboratory environment, and he used the word, let's assume that these two are very similar. He didn't really tie those together to my satisfaction as an engineer, because I've operated every single piece of equipment on the right-hand side of that screen. And I can tell you, spending a year on a nail gun, you had to wear ear protection. If you didn't, you either had a headache or you got some ringing ears. And that's also true for a chainsaw, which is also another comparison that Mr. Small used during the planning meeting. And in my world, I've worn hearing protection on chainsaws and pneumatic frame nailers, but I've never seen a pickleball player with ear protection on. So I take exception to those being similar. All right, enough talked about that. Let's go to the next screen. So for practical purposes, we can use 70, we can use 64, 200 feet away. I use 200 feet away. That's to the front door steps of Mrs. Small's house. Next slide. Now let's take that number and let's apply a very important factor that was never talked about in any of the studies or numbers that was presented by Mr. Small in his opposition. And that is that the noise in the ordinance is measured in your house. When you go in your house, that noise drops on an average of 20 decibels. The research data, internet study data said it was 15 to 25 drop, depending on how the house was constructed. My little samples that I took agreed with that I got a reading of an average of 20 drop decibel going in the house. So if you take the 64 minus the 20, the resulting level of noise in your house is about 44. Okay, let's take the Perez's house. They're 60 feet away, so let's use them for an example, since they signed up lately in opposition. So let's take the 70 or 80 decibels we might measure and still subtract the 20 decibels for being in the house. We're still at 60. 65 is still greater than 60. So we're still 5 decibels below the requirement, even at a close 60 feet away. So what's the conclusion here? This sound level is comparable to the normal sounds of life in our neighborhood. Lawnmowers, leaf blowers, dogs barking, basketballs bouncing, children playing. So we currently experience all of these in our neighborhood on a daily basis. All right, that's all research data, a little bit of mine. So rather than rely on internet data alone, I decided to be the engineer that I am and went out and did some data collection in the field, real-time stuff. So we play pickleball once in a while over at Old Point Cove Court, which is around the corner in York County, just down the street on Cothrop's Neck Road. So on March 22nd, we went down there. Next slide. Took some readings, did a field survey. These are the results. And basically, the highest number I got, and that was right at the court where they were playing, was 64 decibels max. It's very close to the average that was published in your Appendix E2 document that I supplied. So basically all these numbers are saying, yeah, it's not too bad. But wait, let's go ask the neighbor, 101. She lives the same amount of distance from these pickleball courts as Mrs. Small lives from my proposed court. There's a good piece of data. Let's go talk to the neighbor at 101. So, oh, you didn't have a chance to pass those out, sorry.
Need to ask.
All right, may I pass out a letter from the resident and a testimony of her experience?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So we went and knocked on the door, met Amber Howard for the first time, and told them what we were doing, and basically asked her, Mrs. Howard, do you play pickleball? She said, I do not play pickleball. I said, could you tell me about your experience living right across the street from a pickleball court? And she said, certainly. That's her statement in her words. And let me read for the audience, let me read just a small part of that. She says, I work from home and I work from home and at home 24/7 on most days. The courts have no impact on my life. I do not hear any noise from the pickleball paddles or balls. I have no issue with the pickleball courts being directly in front of my house. I enjoy seeing players use them on a weekly basis as it looks like a great source of fun and camaraderie. So, let me just conclude that noise levels are well within the city ordinance. No difference with a pickleball noise than other normal day-to-day residential noises. The sound of pickleball will blend in with those normal days noises that we hear. That's my conclusion on noise. We can pause then, Mr. Mayor, and answer any questions related to noise. That'd be great.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Any questions or comments from council related to that?
Sure.
Any?
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So I, read with interest what had been happening with Planning Commission's review of the CUP, or before it was a CUP, I guess, when it was presented to them, at whatever stage that is. And I thought to myself, I wonder what kind of noise abatement things can we do to be a good neighbor? And one of the, there's coating of the court. I don't know what your plan is when you're painting it, if that's any of that type of abatement type coatings. But I also looked up the shrubbery, and you had to do it. And that alone was a 3 to 5 decibel. Okay, so, and in fact, and I pulled it up again just for fun. And they specifically mentioned holly and arborvitae being two of the types of options. So the holly would be a 3 to 5. Doesn't sound like a lot, but if you're looking at that 5, it that does show not only a visual piece that you had already alluded to, but a reduction in sound. What about the noise abatement strategies for the paddles and the balls? Because we
Sure.
know that those exist as well.
Yes, ma'am. So, the quotes that I received to coat the surface is a professional court coating, and it's a rubberized paint, if you will, 2 layers of final rubberized paint. So, the noise off of the concrete is way less than it is off the paddle. So the largest numbers you hear all come from the paddle and the ball. Now, I also looked at the same research you did. The balls are now made, you can buy either ball, but the softer balls also drive the decibels 3 decibels lower. Most paddles now that you buy that are the higher end paddles are already made with the honeycomb shape fiberglass material that now drop that number 6 decibels. The real loud ones are the original designs that are wooden. And then there was an intermediate phase, and now we're into the more high-tech ones.
So the data that you collected at the neighboring court in Yorktown, and I think you had 58 decibels for that site from the proper distance outside, was that using the more modern paddles, so that's already accounting for that?
The majority of them, yes. The
Okay.
majority of people have those that we play with.
And that was a clear shot, so you didn't have bushes or trees or anything between you and those?
The view from the court to Mrs. Howard's house, there is a row of the same bush we're proposing along the side. When I went out to the street side, there's some bushes there. The readings I read when I was 25 feet over here, that's a clean shot, 25 feet away. So ambient, while they weren't playing, the ambient noise in the world was 42. While they were playing, I was getting readings to 50. Some of those numbers change because when the wind direction changes, it does take the noise in different directions.
So it sounds like it is kind of an apples-to-apples comparison with that data because you had the holly or arborvitae between you and it.
Correct, yeah.
And the more modern paddles. Are you intending to use those sound abating paddles?
We have those now, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Gene, Keith?
Yes. Have you played in the pickleball in Poquoson?
Do I play in Poquoson?
Played in Poquoson?
I do not play in Poquoson. And that's primarily because everybody that I know lives around the corner in York County, so we usually end up at this court, or we end up at Community Center in Newport News during the winter cold months, indoors.
I'm just curious why, there's 4 courts in Poquoson, 2 dedicated and 2 tennis courts with lines drawn.
We just haven't. I mean, like I said, the people we play with, most of our friends that play pickleball live in York County. They outnumber us in population, so they make us come to them. We haven't come.
You'll be hosting them at your house?
Yes. I mean, our intention is primarily kids, grandkids, and the friends that play pickleball. That's our target, and any neighbors that wish to learn the game.
You don't see this as a passing fad?
For us? For us or for the world?
Anybody?
For anybody? No, sir. I mean, you're talking about a you're talking about 224% increase in the last 3 years, and there's currently 50 million players in the United States. You're talking about what is a passing fad for the United States? Is that your question, sir?
No, I'm talking about a passing fad for your front yard. My next door neighbor put in a swimming pool about 25 years ago. After the first 3 years, they haven't been in it. Because it was popular when it was fun when they got it.
Sure. It's not a fad for me. I'll tell you what, I've only been playing a year. I'm hooked. And
That's why it's surprising that you go all the way over to York County to play and not make use of that which we play in the city of Poquoson.
oh no, it's only strictly because it's Kim and I and our friends. We don't have any friends in Poquoson currently that play. And so it's just leaving there just to go find those friends. And you know, we really look forward to our kids and grandkids. We have 6 grandkids that we, you know, our intention is get them grandkids outside and away from those electronic things they like to look at all day long. Let's go back to old school and get these kids out there and give them some exercise and some relief in life.
You plan to fence around this?
Currently, right now, we do not have a fence in the design. We were going to use the natural bushes to not only help absorb the sound, but the visual barrier. And if we find it, we might chase balls. I don't know. Maybe we throw a small fence in on an end or something.
More questions?
Thank you, Keith. Any other questions, comments from council?
Couple.
Yes, ma'am. Angie?
So from what you said, having the court with the rubberized paint versus having something on your driveway where you paint lines will significantly attenuate the noise. So it would be a quieter sound with the dedicated pickleball court than if you were to use your driveway and kind of paint some lines, make a pickleball court on your driveway.
Yeah, you're probably looking at a 3 or 4 decibel increase if it's not the rubberized surface versus bare concrete or an existing driveway. Yes, ma'am.
And it says that you have a voluntary commitment to end play by 10 p.m. In the summer months, do you think that you will be playing until 10 p.m.?
I doubt we'll ever stay till 10 p.m. Typically, in the summer, as soon as that sun goes down past the tree line, we get into dusk at 7-ish, then we'll play for an hour and a half or so. So typically it'd be 7 to 8:30, 9 o'clock. Probably never take it to 10 o'clock. We're usually in bed at 10 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. Any other questions or comments from council?
Yes, I'm one of the people you probably saw come down your driveway and take a look, okay? And when we talked a few nights ago, okay, you mentioned that you like to play maybe sometimes early in the morning, sometimes in the evening, 6:30, in the evening to maybe 6:30, 7, 8 o'clock at night, okay? And a few minutes ago, you said you wouldn't be out there playing at night, okay? But you're putting in lights, okay? Are you going to be playing late into the night or not, okay? Or would time
No, sir.
constraints, would time constraints be a problem for you?
If that time constraint was 9 o'clock. If it backs off less than 9 o'clock, then it alleviates the requirement for lights. Because if it's 50 degrees or above, I'm playing outside. If it's below 50 degrees, I'm not playing outside. So that pretty much wipes out December, January, February, except for a few days here and there. That's where we go indoors at the community center.
Any other questions or comments?
We'll zip through lighting section real quick. What you'll find, if you don't already know it, that's very interesting, is there is no specific ordinance for lighting as it pertains to residential property owners in Poquoson. I found that surprising. I couldn't find it in the ordinance, so I sent an email to Thomas and said, I can't find the ordinance. He said, there isn't one. I said, okay. The proposed lighting plan is designed to light the court, specifically engineered as you've seen. You have my spec. 15-foot light poles and concentrated on the court. Okay? So if you want to, some people have fear on the lighting side. Plus his neighbors do. I hope I can make them comfortable here in a minute. If you look at the next slide here, I'm standing in my driveway looking at Carlos and Carol's backyard. Their backyard, he has a spotlight. It's a double head spotlight on a timer. It comes on at dusk, and I can't tell you what time it goes off. It's somewhere like 9:30, 10 o'clock. He confirmed with me that he has a timer on it. It lights up pretty much his whole backyard. As you can see, you got some light bleeding through the fence, and those two lamps are either 100 or 150 watt bulbs. So that's either 200 or 300 watts, okay? That's what a spotlight is. I'm not complaining, doesn't bother me, don't care. That's just a typical residential person lighting up their yard. If you look at the right-hand side, we're looking southwest down the ditch, and that light in the background is the street light. Walk down the road, on the left there, you see the city street light. This is standing in my driveway looking due south. You can also see the lighted house in the background is Mrs. Small's residence. The street light throws light 360 degrees. That light goes out about 30 feet on its bright section, and then it's dim out to about 50 feet, and that's radius, not diameter, that's radius. That light is on some kind of motion sensor, so if there isn't any motion after so much time period, it goes to a dimmer setting. But when it's bright, basically, lighting conclusion for me, there is no ordinance. The existing lighting from that light in Carlos and Carol's backyard is more intrusive than my proposed court lighting, because it's concentrated. Will you see it? Well, sure you will. If you're standing down the road, you'll see a glow in the yard, just like you'll see a glow in anybody's yard that has a spotlight. Let's pause for a second and see if there's any questions about lighting.
Do you have any other, just out of curiosity, do you have any other spotlights or anything like that lighting up your property?
Currently, I do have the typical two-head spotlights on the four corners of my house.
Okay.
So I do have on my driveway at the corner.
So similar to what your neighbors have?
Yeah, it's way lower though. His is at 20 foot tall. Mine is on the eave at 10 foot underneath the eave. So mine was pretty low compared to his, 20 foot. Any other lighting questions?
Please continue, Mr. Shaw.
All right, let's talk, let's talk the big one here. So a lot of concern around is this going to affect negatively my property value as a neighboring person, right? And so, you look through a typical appraisal sheet that sets value of a home. We all probably have either sold or bought a house in our lifetime, some multiple. And we know that there's things like square foot, number of bedrooms, that sort of thing. There's not a specific line item that says, how much is appraisal going to drop if I have a pickleball court next to my house? It's not a line item. So now we get into a lot of subjectivity. So I want to very quickly address the points in the letter that is from Mr. Townsend. I believe Mr. Townsend's here with us tonight. In his March letter, I apologize, I didn't write down what tab number that is, but he had two letters. One was his original letter. If you want to see it, it's in the table of contents in the tab notebook. But he has a March 11th letter, which was for the Planning Commission meeting, and he had 9 points, and I just want to talk about a couple of statements that were made in that letter. Statement number one, he says there's very little buffer zone space or many trees. And again, I hope you had a chance to drive down there, because I disagree. It's a nice natural buffer, and I'm willing to address any further requirements that would make it so you absolutely cannot see that from Rochambeau Drive if you think you can today. Observation deck. I explained what I was doing with a 12 by 16 small deck. During the planning meeting, when Mr. Small presented that as being a problem, he described it as 24 by 30 deck. So it was exaggerated to the planning commission. And I think the comments made are exaggerated. We've already covered lighting, but the lighting statement in that letter says, number 3, these lights would be seen constantly. That's just not true. It's going to be seen when I'm playing pickleball for an hour in the evening when it's dark. Number 4, pickleball court impacts saleability and sales price. I'm going to address that in the next slide. Purchasers want peace and tranquility when they buy a home. This, at the end, you'll see that this project will not change that for the subdivision. We've already addressed items 6 and 7 on noise. Number 8, he says, if you approve this, how will you justify not approving another one for someone else? As it applies, a conditional use permit is designed to consider the specific case and the specific data presented to you in the Planning Commission to say, this is what I'm asking for. It does not imply that we're going to have a precedent set. Conditional use is individually presented case by case. Number 9, as
Fine.
Mr. Pye. Number 9, it says other options are available to play pickleball. To me, that's completely irrelevant statement. Irrelevant statement. It's not the same as playing with the intentions we tend to do on a private court. So there was a second letter from Mr. Townsend. This is his updated letter that he presented this go-round, where Mr. Small provided a letter that gave an opinion that the Smalls residence and the Perez's property value would negatively be affected anywhere from $65,000 to $145,000. This refers to the notebook tabs 3, 11, 21, and 22. Very significant point is that Mr. Townsend presented himself, as well as Mr. Small had presented Mr. Townsend, as an expert witness. I can very confidently and boldly tell you that Mr. Townsend is not an expert witness. He is a witness that comes to us with an opinion. And the reason that I can say that is because 3 years ago, I was vetted to be an expert witness in a court case, and the process to be an expert witness is quite extensive. And it starts with, I went ahead and pulled the expert witness requirements for a real estate value dispute. I'm going to talk briefly about the 4 most important attributes to be considered an expert witness. Number 1, education. In order to be a real estate value person, you must first have a degree in real estate, finance, economics. One of those. You must have a professional license. You must be a licensed or certified appraiser, in this case, in the state of Virginia. And very, very importantly, if you want to be an expert witness, you must supply evidence that you have experience on the specific item that you're addressing. In this case, Mr. Townsend has brought nothing to the table that shows us that the value of property is decreased by having a private pickleball court on your street or in your neighborhood. All of the articles that he refers to are articles that refer to multiple court complexes. So he comes with an opinion, but I take exception to the fact that he's an expert. He has an opinion, okay? And the other reason I don't think he's an expert is because the very first thing you do when you're an expert witness is you bring a resume that explains these attributes. And I don't see a resume on him. So no actual experience with pickleball, devaluating of a property. I was concerned about, also, I thought it was very, very interesting that last week there was an article printed in this Premier magazine. It's a real estate magazine that was distributed to a lot of residents in Poquoson and York County. Somebody in this room may have even seen it. But it's very interesting that the same realtor, not only the company, but the local realtor name on this magazine is the same name that's on Mr. Townsend's letterhead. And so I was like, the article in here, page 50, it talks about pickleball courts in residential areas and the upcoming popularity of pickleball, and it considers it an amenity, and it draws affluent buyers, brings more money into your county. So the fact that this was a positive spin on pickleball in the neighborhood, and Mr. Townsend's was a negative spin, I decided I was going to contact the broker of this company, who happened to be Mr. Townsend's supervisor. And I talked to his supervisor, Regina Scott, and I said, Regina, explain the situation. And I said, could you please document your stance on this, as where does your company stand on pickleball and property influence pricing with pickleballs in a neighborhood? And you have a copy of the letter that was sent by her. It was the one that Kim just passed out. It was one of the two letters. And basically, her comment back to me was that Mr. Townsend is an independent contractor, and he is entitled to express his own personal view, but those views are his views, and they do not reflect the official position of our company. So I'll just let that speak for itself based on what I just said. Thank you very much. Last point I'd like to make on property value is the main article in the folder is your tab 17, page 3, and it talks about the potential impact of property value and the percent of impact depending on the location to a pickleball court. And the three driving factors that are negative to driving the price down are noise, traffic, parking. They throw injuries in there. And so let's take those real quick one at a time. Noise. I've already presented the noise data to you. I don't feel like noise is an issue in this case. Traffic. They hung their hat a lot on traffic. The traffic coming to my house is not going to change. The traffic coming to Rochambeau is not going to change. I still have my children come over on a regular basis. There's 3 of them, that's 3 cars. No traffic difference. I still have friends come over. It takes 4 people to play pickleball on a court. That's 1 couple, 2 couples for us. That's 2 cars. My driveway can handle 20 cars. If anybody you've seen my driveway, it's 20 cars I can put on my driveway. I might have 3 cars of visitors. So parking's not an issue, traffic's not an issue. And of course, injuries, that's a personal choice based on risk reward. I'm not sure why they threw that one in there. But so the 3 measurable elements that affect negative price is noise, traffic, parking. I don't have any of those situations. I do have all the situations of the positives. It's fun, healthy exercise, and promotes community. So basic conclusion on property value. Kim, the next slide.
I'm sorry.
You asked the question, what is the impact of constructing a pickleball court in a residential neighborhood on property value? The summary is there are no comprehensive large-scale studies that specifically address private pickleball residential courts. All the studies are based on community multi-court studies. Approval of this CUP will not negatively affect neighborhood property values. Questions on property value effects?
Yes, sir.
I have two more sections and then very quick, sir, if you just be a little patient, just 5 more minutes and I'll finish up.
Please wrap it up. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Go right ahead.
The Planning Commission had some comments. I pretty much addressed most of the comments. I wasn't prepared during that meeting. I was surprised that I was going on trial for pickleball justification. I wasn't prepared. I thought I was coming to a planning meeting as a resident to have a sit-down conversation with the Planning Commission and a couple neighbors of why my property is okay to put a court on. So I wasn't prepared to it. So those questions I think I've answered. The only one I want to address is that's what people see when it puts fear in them as to a court in a residential place. That's the court on Carmine's Court in Poquoson off Renz Road. It is big when you see a big tennis court. As I presented, it's not that big when it's a pickleball court. It's 69% smaller. The other comments aren't that. One more additional thing I want to cover. You know, we did already talk about the putting those needle points in, or needlepoint hollies in there. We've already talked about that. So let's talk about my last point I'd like to make is that CUP required because our location is considered a front yard by ordinance. Pickleball is allowed without a CUP to be built in anybody's backyard today. They don't need a permit. This is all about what is my spot I picked in the front yard, you know, what's the issue with it? It's curb appeal. You can't see it. There's no curb appeal if you can't see it. There's 5,000 single-family houses in Poquoson. Of those 5,000, 10% are on a corner, an intersection of 2 roads. If they want to put a pickleball court in their backyard, they can put one in right now today. So for example, the corner of Browns Neck Road and Lafayette. I can look over there and I can see that guy's backyard, and there can be a pickleball court right there seen from the street. We're making a pretty big to-do overseeing this pickleball court because it's considered a front yard. So there's the last slide, that's 6 more that have the same conditions. There's another 300 out there that have that same condition. So please keep that in mind as a consideration point. Let me conclude. Ordering property owners, I hope I've presented some information that makes them feel more comfortable about this. Property owner value, no concrete evidence for a private pickleball court. Noise, we've shown that the noise is well within the ordinance, and that lighting, there is no ordinance, so by default, I'm within the ordinance. So with that said, I respectfully request that you approve this CUP. Thank you very much. I know it was a lot of data. It's tough to address 125 pages worth of opposition. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, thank you,
And
Mr.
counsel.
Shaw. Any further questions from Mr. Shaw? All right, thank you again, Mr. Shaw.
One, Dave.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Southall?
By conversation the other night, Mr. Shaw mentioned 8 or 8:30, about as late as he played, okay? Tonight, he said he'd be o'clock, and a printed document in here, and what he just gave us said 10 o'clock. Which are we talking about?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the full question.
In the conversation that you had, okay, you told us 8:30, okay? A few minutes ago, you told me 9 o'clock, okay? And the printed document you showed a few minutes ago had 10 o'clock on it, okay? What time are we talking about as the latest you play?
Well, currently, right now, I am proposing in the CUP that I abide by the nighttime definition of 10 o'clock.
Which is?
10 p.m. for allowing the lights to be on. What I thought I was answering is, would I consider pulling that back?
Yes.
If it influenced the approval? And my answer is yes, I would consider pulling that back to 9 o'clock, 9 p.m.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
All right, thank you, Mr. Southall. Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Prior to opening the public hearing, I felt like it was pertinent to have these presentations in advance. So Mr. Shaw has had his opportunity, so now I'd like to call on Mr. Small for his presentation. And after that, we will open the floor for public comment. Welcome, Mr. Small.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council. First, let me say that my mother attended the Planning Commission meeting, and she intended to be here tonight. She's battling a slight pneumonia, and she asked that you accept her apologies for not being here. For the record, I live in Newport News, but my mother lives at 3 Rochambeau Drive in Poquoson. I'm here tonight, and I am representing my mother. And I'm also an attorney, for the record. I said that at the Planning Commission meeting. And I've also been asked to represent Carlos and Carol Perez, who live across the street at 6 Rochambeau Drive. I believe all of you have the red notebook that I prepared, and hopefully have had a chance to go through it. For the record, what I'd like to do is present a couple of items that to make sure the record is clear. First, the red notebook may have missed tab 1 through 5. I have extra copies of those if anyone needs them. Were they all correct as far as you know from looking at them? In other words, okay, thank you. I appreciate knowing that that worked out. I had a copy that wasn't tabbed properly, so I wanted to bring extra copies. The next item that I would like to present is a copy of the chart that's attached to the article dealing with the noise issue, the property value issue. The reason I wanted to present this is because when I was looking back at that chart after Mr. Perez and I looked at it a little closer, I noticed that it does indicate that the source of the data is a 20-year real estate investor and a 4.25 level pickleball player. So this chart, which talks about the negative impact of pickleball on real estate, is not written by a pickleball hater. It's obviously written by a pickleball person. And I took the liberty of then looking up what 4.25 means in terms of definitions and skills. And so what I'd like to do is pass out copies of this for the record, because it's important that you understand that when this gentleman put together this chart, he was doing it based on pickleball experience. And so I think that's significant, because if you, Mr. Shaw was trying to implicate that maybe we don't like pickleball. No, it's not that we don't like pickleball, it's that we think that it's a mistake for the city council to disregard the planning commission, disregard all of his neighbors, and allow a pickleball court to be installed in a front yard in Poquoson. Because once you install it in one front yard, nothing prevents it from being installed in another front yard. He says a different PCU, that's correct. But you're no doubt setting a precedent. And as you noticed in the photographs of his lot, he built his house very far back from his lot and didn't give himself much of a backyard. Whether he could put the pickleball court somewhere else in his property is not the issue that's before us tonight. It's whether or not he's going to put it where he has requested. and that's in his front yard, and he admits it's 80 feet from the Perez's property, and it's about 125 feet from my mother's property. His noise data readings are not exactly what we're talking about, because the noise that's generated by pickleball is different than tennis, different than basketball. The impulse noise, which I have produced articles on, and he has not refuted the articles that I've produced. He's simply shown his own readings. Those are not impulse readings. Those are general background noise readings. The impulse noise can be 120 to 135 decibels, I believe, from the articles I gave you. That's the sound of a chainsaw. That's the sound of a nail gun. When he took out trees on his lot before he brought this up, we could hear those chainsaws in my mother's house. I have no doubt the Perez's could hear it too. And so the problem is that the impulse noise level of pickleball is difficult. And if I might, Mr. Mayor, could I have these passed out? Thank you. I hope I stapled them correctly. But what this shows on the back pages is how someone is rated when they get a pickleball rating. And it talks about all the different skills involved in playing pickleball. And the reason I wanted to attach that to the chart is because, again, I want the city council to understand that the gentleman who is telling us that their properties will be devalued is not a novice. He's not somebody that doesn't understand pickleball. And interestingly enough, this chart, which he prepared, does not say that it's based on multiple courts. It's based on pickleball courts in residential neighborhoods. The articles that I produced from reputable sources indicate that it should not be allowed for pickleball courts to be in a neighborhood. Now, we saw many pictures, in fact, they're still up here. In none of those pictures is there a pickleball court. So whether a pickleball court could or could not be put on somebody else's property is not the issue that's before council tonight. The issue before council tonight is whether or not he should be granted an exception from the zoning of this neighborhood. And let me express this. When my parents bought their property, I think back in 1985 or 86, when my father last left Fort Eustis before retiring from the military, they specifically bought the lot on a dead-end street in Valmore Estates because it's a quiet residential neighborhood. And the dead-end street is extremely quiet. There is rarely any traffic on it, rarely any parking on it. And the fact is that Valmore Estates and Rochambeau Drive are very special places to live in Poquoson. And the property values there are directly tied to the zoning that was in place when the Shaws bought their property. And when the Shaws decided where to place their house on their property. Had they placed the house further up, they would have had a bigger backyard. Would that have allowed them a pickleball court? I don't know, because that's not the issue we're addressing tonight. But all I do know is that putting a pickleball court in a front yard in Valmore Estates in Poquoson would set a terrible precedent, PUC or not, because then somebody else is going to come in and say, well, I'll plant trees, just let me put a pickleball court in. Well, are they going to plant enough trees? The other thing is, too, that the photographs I presented in my tab 20 show clearly that you can see the area where the pickleball court is going to be. There is no substantial buffer. The fact that there's no substantial buffer is somewhat conceded by the additional condition that's been added, which he's going to plant more trees. The other problem is that the lighting will be visible. He admitted that. The lighting that he wants is 15 feet high, and it's going to be bright white light. When you turn and go down Rochambeau Drive nowadays, it's either dark because the street light is out, or the street light comes on for a while and it's dimly lit and it eventually goes out. If this pickleball court is allowed to be put where he wants it, when you turn down Rochambeau Drive at night, you will see those lights. They will stand out. The court can be seen and will be seen from my mother's house and obviously from the Perez's. They're only, by his own admission, 80 feet away. And so then you come down to the question of the devaluation. And if I might, I have a sheet here too, where I took the liberty of running the calculation on the devaluations. Mr. Mayor, may I present this?
Sure.
Thank you. I appreciate your willingness to allow me to do that. And these numbers are somewhat staggering. On 6 Rochambeau Drive, if I used the Zillow as a basis to do it, there are lots of different websites you could pick, but generally speaking. And so, for example, with regard to 6 Rochambeau Drive, that represents a loss on the low end of $52,000, almost $53,000, and on the high end, $105,000. On my mother's house, again, on the Zestimate value alone, it's a loss of $25,000 to $50,000. At 4 Rochambeau Drive, using the chart that I provided from the gentleman who is not only a real estate investor, but is also a pickleball court aficionado, the loss is $25,455 to $50,000. With 1 Rochambeau Drive, the loss is $34,000 to $68,000. And Mr. Smith, Mike Smith from 1 Rochambeau Drive is here tonight, as are Carlos and Carol Perez. And I also have Mr. Townsend here, and I may have him speak in a moment with his qualifications as to how he qualifies as an expert. Now, Mr. Shaw, once this pickleball court is installed in the front yard, its use may or may not be regulated in such a way, but the noise level is not going to change. The impact noise of the ball when it hits the paddle is the loudest noise. Yep. Then you've got people cheering, there's going to be people there. They're going to have an observation deck. He admitted there would be people sitting from York County. Their friends would come and play pickleball on his court in Poquoson. And so the question is, there are other pickleball courts. There are other places he could play. So what he's asking you to do is to allow him to put a pickleball court on his lot as close as possible to my mother and the Perez's, because that's where he would like to put it, in his front yard. And with all due respect to all the numbers and everything that he's put up, it doesn't change the fact that if a pickleball court is allowed in his front yard, it could be put somewhere else. And other people may apply for the same thing. Now, I pointed out at the Planning Commission the different articles that frankly are not really refuted by the data that has been provided by Mr. Shaw. Because again, his data is data that is as general decibel levels as opposed to the specific decibel levels when the ball hits the paddle. And I know some council members talked about the coating on the court, things that would dampen the noise. The minute we have to start talking about whether or not the noise needs to be dampened or lessened, it proves in some respects the point that I'm making, which is this is not a sport which should be allowed in the front yard of a residential property in Valmore Estates. It just will totally change the character of Valmore Estates and Rochambeau Drive. The other thing that's significant is, according to both Mr. Townsend and the articles and the chart that I just provided you, not only is there a loss of property value related to a pickleball court near your property, but there is also the prospect that there are people who just won't make an offer. So you're cut out of part of the real estate market. And so in the articles that I attached to my presentation, I talked about a variety of things. And so in tab 7 talks about ping pong on steroids, peak amplitude exceeding 120 decibels. That's the key. It's the peak amplitude that is the problem with pickleball. And background noise, I can tell you, on Rochambeau Drive at night is none. It is extremely quiet. It's not like living on a normal residential street where you have cars going up and down all night. There's only 5 houses on that street, and at nighttime, there is no real background noise at all. So he's going to play until 9, 10 o'clock at night. And then you've got the impulse noise. So with the peak amplitude and the impulse noise, that's the problem with pickleball. It's not tennis. It's not basketball. For a pickleball court noise to blend into the background, you need a background level of at least 60 decibels. None of his readings were at 60 decibels for background noise. So it's going to be heard, and it's going to be heard. The other thing is, if he talks about the noise inside the residence, didn't talk much about the noise when you're outside the residence. There's a particular problem for the Perez's. They have 2 dogs. And those dogs are going to go crazy, they say, when the pickleball is being bounced back and forth. And, you know, again, when the Shaws bought their property, with all due respect, they knew or should have known what the residential limitations were to develop that property. Everybody else is set to the same standard. So we would ask City Council in this instance not to go against the Planning Commission, which heard all the same evidence and data that I've given you. The only thing they didn't have was the data for the guy who wrote the chart that says this will devalue adjacent properties. And that data is that he's a pickleball aficionado, someone who's really into pickleball. So he didn't write the chart as a real estate investor because he hated pickleball. It's a valid source of information for you to consider. Now, I would also suggest that if things are even, that does not warrant approving the pickleball court because it's for private use according to the Shaws. Now, someone down the road who may want to buy a house that has a pickleball court, it may increase their property value. But based on what I understand is if there's a pickleball court near my mother's property, then given all of the history and the data that's out there about why these are a problem, it's going to have to be disclosed that there's an adjacent property owner with a pickleball court. Otherwise, my mother may get in trouble for not disclosing something that they should know. The Shaws said in a meeting that, well, they won't even see it, so you don't have to tell them. Well, it doesn't work that way. The other thing is that when I was working on this originally, I did not go to see the Perez's before the Planning Commission meeting because I didn't want to be accused of trying to influence them in any way. But after the Planning Commission meeting, I thought they needed to know what the Planning Commission voted. So that's when I went and talked to them. And took pictures. They allowed me to take pictures from their back deck. The 2 people that have not objected are the ones in the houses furthest away from where he wants this pickleball court. They are over on Jefferson Court, and they don't really back up directly. The Perez's are immediately impacted 80 feet away, and my mother's just 150 some odd feet away. So the reality of this is that when, and I bring up these 2 points only because Mr. Shaw saw fit to discuss some of this in his presentation. Mr. Shaw approached the Perez's, and in their driveway the day he saw that they had changed their mind. And when he did that, unfortunately, he got a little out of control. And he made a comment to the effect of, toward the end of that conversation, don't take this as a threat, but I could just put the pickleball court on my driveway and then it would be more of a nuisance to you, or words to that effect. The key to that sentence is, he said, it will be more of a nuisance to you. He knows this can be a nuisance. He knows it can be a nuisance. The other thing is, he then contacted Mr. Townsend's broker to try to get him in trouble for rendering the opinion that he rendered. It didn't work. And so the reality of the situation here is that Mr. Shaw wants to do something that will be allegedly beneficial to him and any of his friends from Yorktown. Now, with all due respect, pickleball, if you love it, you love it. And there's no guarantee that that court is going to be limited to, when it says private use, it doesn't mean that there can't be lots of people there using it privately if they're considered guests of the Shaws. So the limitations that the planning folks have put and the conditions that they put don't address the noise, they don't address the lighting, they don't address the disruption of the bucolic and peaceful nature of either Valmore Estates or Rochambeau Drive. And so, respectfully, the issue for you all tonight, I think, is do you overturn the zoning district that's been in place since at least 1985 when my parents bought the property? And do you not follow the unanimous recommendation of the Planning Commission and overturn what they did? And in today's world, we all know how hard it is to get unanimity in anything. And I don't think that the Planning Commission missed it, because they brought up points along the way about the lighting, about the noise. And when I first heard from Mr. Shaw that he wanted to do this, I did, by the way, he sort of made a comment like we wouldn't let him talk to our mother. My mother is 88 years old. I am her son. I am her lifetime attorney. And there was, for him to suggest that we did something wrong by me going to his house and explaining that we just couldn't support his plan is not really fair to my mother. And so what I would ask you to do is to not approve this because it is a personal whim of one homeowner in Valmore Estates, which is going to negatively impact at least 4 other residents, all of whom have now objected, and your Planning Commission recommended against it. So I would respectfully ask that you do that. Now, the other thing I would like to do, Mr. Mayor, is just have Mr. Townsend speak briefly about his qualifications, since they were challenged by Mr. Shaw, if any member thinks that's necessary.
No, sir, I'd rather not do that. I would prefer for you to complete your presentation, and then we'll conclude that, and then we'll open the floor for public comment, and Mr. Townsend can speak at that time.
All right. I think I've said enough. Thank you.
Any questions or comments for Mr. Small from council?
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Small. All right, at this time, we'll open the floor for public comment. Yes, sir. Please state your name and address. Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Larry Townsend. I live at 39 Kenilworth, Hampton, Virginia, and I work in Newport News with Berkshire Hathaway. Just wanted to stand and say just a couple of words. I've been a full-time realtor in real estate field for 34 years. So I didn't just start yesterday. I've won several awards. I've been a award-winning agent for many of those years. I've won the Code of Award, Ethics Award for the real estate for the year. And I've done thousands of competitive marketing analysis. I received my degree from Hampton University, and the other part I wanted to just indicate is I get out and I have an opportunity to show lots of properties to people. I go out and look at lots of homes. And the one thing that I am 100% clear about is when people want to buy a home, they want to know that there's not anything that's impeding the value of their home when they buy it. If they buy it today, they don't want to have to worry about that value going down 1 year, 5 years, 10 years from now because of something. So my position, my opinion, is clear that if there's a pickleball court in the neighborhood, 150 feet, 60 feet, whatever, and I bring a person in to show them that home, and the first thing they will ask me is, well, Larry, what is that down there? Well, that owner has on his property a pickleball court. Well, what about the noise, Larry? What about the lighting? What you know? They're going to get in the car and say, I'm not really interested. And they're going to move on to a new neighborhood. You mentioned the devaluing prices. Whether that number is 100,000, whether it's 50,000, whether it's 25,000, the one thing I'm very clear about is if the house sells, the value when they go to sell down the road, that value will go down. And then the last thing I would say, and I'll take my seat, is I just don't understand that if this is approved, I know it's a conditional, if this is approved, as I rode through all the neighborhood to see if there were tennis courts in the front yard, other pickleball courts in the front yard, didn't see anything like that. Didn't see it in any other neighborhoods nearby. I know in my 34 years that that will cause the value of a property to go down. So those are just my opinions. Are there any questions?
When we're doing a public hearing like that, we don't engage in questions or answers. I mean, we'll do so for the presentations, but we normally limit to that. But thank you very much, Council.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Mr. Mercer, good evening.
Good evening. Sort of late, but first of all, I want to thank all you council members for all the hard work you do to make Poquoson a wonderful place to live. I know most of you, and also I want to commend Mr. Thomas Candela on his investigation about this whole thing here. But most of y'all know that I was a policeman for 50 years, 30 in Newport News, 20 in York County. And sometimes we have to deal with civil matters where neighbors get involved in things. So a couple things I just want to ask is, now I live in Valmore, and I know that Rochambeau, when it was initially built, came to a dead end, city street. Now beyond that, where Mr. Shaw lives, maybe somebody can ask this question for me. I'm just asking, is he still part of Valmore Estate? Is he? Because the property line, the city built the street, it stops right there where Mr. Small lives and whatever, but Mr. Shaw, he's got his own private driveway that he built, and that's his own property and everything else there. So I just want to know if that was just his property, part of Valmore Estate.
That's something we can check and follow up with you.
So that's the way I look at it is, again, sometimes the policemen, we have to, I know some people complain about their neighbors' trees are in their yard, whatever, so we have to look at the boundary line and go straight up. If the leaves or limbs are over in somebody else's property, that property line goes straight up. So I'm just concerned about where Mr. Small talks about he's part of Valmore Estate, but again, I'm just usually trying to common sense. I'm not as smart as you people up there, whatever, Mr. Candela, but that's just something, my own personal question. I'm assuming he's on his own property. And I understand the ordinance about having a pickleball court in your front yard. I know I can't have one in my front yard, and Mr. Small's mother cannot have one in her front yard. But we're looking at a total, completely different piece of property. in a wooded area, separated, And at the meeting on March the 17th, when Mr. Small was presenting this information about the loud noise coming from a paddle hitting a ball that is equivalent to a chainsaw. Now, I've been around chainsaw and there are noise, lawnmowers, leaf blowers, and everything else. But I have never seen anyone playing pickleball or whatever that are wearing ear protectors. If it's that loud, OSHA or somebody should be helping us older people, wearing ear protectors if we gonna play pickleball, which I'm not gonna say I'm gonna play or not. And the other problem that I have with, Mr. Small kept talking about, my property is gonna drop down $100,000. Again, I'd like to see some assessment on that. Now, Mr. Shaw's got a basketball court in his backyard with goal, and they can bounce the ball and play ball, this and other. My property value didn't go down. But if he wants to put another cement slab there with a little net and hit a ball back and forth, I can't see where my property or my neighbors or anybody else in the neighborhood there where the property is going to drop $100,000. I kind of look at it, $22,000, $44,000, $56,000, whatever. Why exactly $100,000? Okay, that's just my question. And the other thing I want to say is, last Thursday, Mr. Shaw called me and asked me, since I'm in my house with my wife, Mr. Shaw and his wife are going to come out there inside their house and they're going to play pickleball. And he wanted to know if I heard any noise coming from that. And to be honest with you, no, we did not hear any noise coming from them hitting a pickleball. So, that's just some questions I have, common sense type questions, whatever, something. So, but again, I want to thank you all for making Poquoson a great city, and again, Mr. Cannella, for all that you've done for the city also.
Mr. Mercer, for all those that don't know you, if you wouldn't mind stating your name and address just for the record.
Johnny Mercer, 12 Jefferson Court in Poquoson.
Thank you, Mr. Mercer.
And some of the people on the council members back in 2018, y'all did recognize me for my 20 years in York, Poquoson, people, and I appreciate that. I should have brought that certificate with me. But. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mercer. Do we have anybody else that would like to speak? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Shaw. Yes, ma'am.
There's a few things that have been said tonight, and I just wanted to clarify some things. First of all, appreciate all the time that everybody spent. We did notice people coming, and appreciate the time you spent to fully understand what we're requesting. We count ourselves fortunate to live in a beautiful city. We value our quiet neighborhood. It's been disheartening to watch the controversy that's built in our neighborhood over what we thought was a simple request for a place to play with our kids. The design is thoughtful and respectful. It was selected within the wetland restrictions of our property, and we located it as far from Rochambeau Drive as possible, not as close to Rochambeau Drive as possible. What was construed as a threat was really just the reality that we are able to play on our driveway, but when you look at our property and you stand there, it's wide open to everything. By putting it in the location that we've requested, it's actually more secluded and more hidden from everybody, including the Perez family, who it faces the side of their house. There's no windows, no doors on the side of their house. So it would be more exposed to all three bordering properties if we played in the driveway instead of where we're asking. I've been asked, why would I want a private pickleball court? You had the same question. I don't particularly enjoy sports. I'm not athletic, but last year I started to play and surprised myself at how much I love it. Greg joined me, started talking about having one at home to enjoy in retirement. Cost was an issue for me. I hesitated because of that, but we decided based on our goals in retirement that it was going to be worth it for us. Pickleball has a social side that goes overlooked, and honestly, that's the biggest attraction for me. When 4 people are playing, you would typically have 8 people gather. So 4 people are sitting on the sidelines, chatting, watching the game, and enjoying the social side of it. Great way to get to know people, and it's what we were hoping to share with our neighbors and our friends as well. But the biggest thing is our 6 grandchildren, ages 5 to 14. They'll bat the ball around with us now in the backyard, but it's just not conducive to the game with all the chasing the ball and everything. And they enjoy it, and it's a challenge to find ways to relate to your grandchildren when they would prefer electronics. So we just look at this as another way that we can spend. Last year, I had an experience that was more special than I imagined when my 86-year-old father and I were able to play for the first time. He's been playing for 6 years. He plays 5 days a week, and he's really good. But being able to hear my dad say good shot and clack paddles and celebrate was super special. And I know someday he's going to slow down, but knowing that he can always come and play on our court is a big deal for me. Like I said, I'm not sports acclimated. I'm not a competitive player. Public courts can be intense, and I've experienced that myself. There's players out there that take the game very seriously. And I have a back condition, so I can't risk injury when I play. I enjoy the sport, but I'm not going to aggressively chase a ball that and risk injuring myself. When you're playing on a public court, that's not very popular, and I've experienced some mean people on that side of it. And clearly, my grandchildren wouldn't be welcome on the public courts either. I just wanted to emphasize that the permit is not about pickleball, that anybody with the space in their backyard could pour the same slab of concrete and play without any further discussion. The issue before you is whether our front yard is an acceptable place to play it, since we don't have a place in the backyard. There's 30 properties in Valmore with plenty of space to build a pickleball court right now without asking anybody's permission. They could do it. Our one court is not going to wreck the serenity of Valmore Estates. We're all required to abide by noise ordinances. Swimming pools can be noisy. I would be more concerned if I were Mr. Ireland about the next door neighbor's swimming pool being a deterrent to a buyer, because we know that's going to be noisy. We experience that ourselves, and swimming pools can be a deterrent. But it does not stop us from allowing people swimming pools. I won't take any more of your time. I just, we have full intentions to abide by all of the noise ordinances, to be respectful of our neighbors. It's a very casual thing that we're wanting to do. If for some reason the court turns out that despite all of the data that Greg presented, it doesn't abide by noise ordinances, the CUP would be pulled. That's condition 5 on what was presented before you. So, we love our neighborhood. We want to enjoy our homes safely, responsibly, and in a way that builds relationships, not disruption. We respectfully ask that you approve our conditional use permit, recognizing that by definition, the area we're looking at is defined as a front yard. It really behaves a lot more like a secluded backyard. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Any other comments from the floor?
Just briefly, Mr. Mayor. I don't know whether you want me to do it or not, but since Ms. Shaw commented, it's up to you. If you think I've said my piece, I understand.
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay,
Yes, sir, I do. Thank you.
Thank you, and we thank all the council for your consideration.
Yes, sir, you're welcome. Just one more time, any further public comment on this particular item? Okay, then we'll close the floor, and I'll share some thoughts on this. I've made these comments before under similar circumstances. Thank you all for your civility, your courtesy, your respect, and your thoughtfulness. That is much appreciated, and what a blessing it is to live in a community like this when we can have a civil discussion without any animosity. So thank you very much for that. Regarding council's vote on this topic tonight, obviously we have heard extensive comments. We've been provided with extensive amount of written material. It's very difficult to absorb and process all of this while we're sitting here during a meeting. Something like this requires careful consideration, and we never want to be in a hurry to make a decision. So it seems pretty obvious that the most beneficial course of action for all involved is to table this issue tonight. And I can assure everybody we have no intention whatsoever of letting this sit idle. We will come back in a timely manner to deal with it and take a vote. So that being said, motion to table.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we have a resolution to table the request for a conditional use permit application by Gregory Shaw, applicant and owner, for the construction of a private pickleball court at 8 Rochambeau Drive, an approximate 1.42 acre parcel identified as tax map parcel 11-01-00-0060-B, zoned R5 single family residence.
Second.
Mr. Mayor, before we take a vote on this, can I ask some questions?
Yes,
Is that out of order?
Well, we have a motion. Do we have a second on that?
I seconded it.
Okay, we have a second. Okay, questions and comments from council?
Okay, I do have a question, and this is for Thomas or Wally, okay? I thought I heard when Mr. Shaw was speaking that if the court was going to be in his backyard, it would not require a cup. Is that correct?
Mr. Southall, what I did mention was that if the conditional use permit was denied or otherwise at the request of the applicant, we will take a look at other locations on the property to see if we can identify one that is approvable without the need of a conditional use permit.
Okay, would a pickleball court be allowed in other places behind the house without having to get a cup?
It's a good question, not one we've dealt with on a great scale, given the fairly recent popularity. But I can tell you that we don't regulate necessarily concrete or fences or other accessory uses in rear yards. So if there is an appropriate location for this, it would not require a conditional use permit.
Okay, so if the people at 1 Rochambeau Drive next door to Mrs. Small decided they want to put a pickleball court in their backyard and play pickleball in their backyard, would that be an issue?
I don't see a reason, given the code as it exists, that we would have to deny it if simply for a concrete court in the rear yard, given our current code.
Okay, and one last question. Were they to decide just to play pickleball in the yard on the driveway, would that be a prohibited activity?
No, sir, and if not unless they were in violation of the noise ordinance, which is regulated by the police department.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Southall. Any other questions or comments from council members?
I just have a quick comment. I don't
Yes,
play
sir.
pickleball, never have, but I sure have learned a lot about it tonight.
Thank you, Councilman Freeman. Christie, call for a vote, please.
Councilman Southall?
Aye.
Councilman Freeman?
Aye.
Councilwoman Hubbard?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Bunting?
Aye.
Councilman Fye?
Aye.
Councilwoman Emmett?
Aye.
Mayor Hucks?
Aye.
Mr. Mayor, the motion carried by a vote of 7.
Thank you very much. Moving on to public hearing number 3. Resolution to approve or deny a rezoning request of tax map parcel 18-01-00-0107, a 1.1623 acre parcel to rezone the property from B1 office professional to R3 multifamily residence. We have Mr. Cannella back for another presentation, so Thomas, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'll try to be mindful of your time as well as the applicants, but do the presentation justice. Please feel free to stop me as I go along if you feel necessary. The request to rezone is just as the mayor read, and it's to rezone a piece of property on Wythe Creek Road, off of Wythe Creek Road, I should say, from B1 office professional to R3 multifamily. Tonight's hearing was properly advertised for. And about the request, this is per the application. We have owned this property for years and have not had an opportunity to sell it commercial. The last inquiry was a gas station and would not have been a good fit for the community. We would like to build 6 additional townhouses on the property. We have met with the HOA board of Village Park Townhouses, and they were very excited with the plan. I've outlined in red the subject parcel. It is a parcel in the front of the Village Park Townhome community. You'll see there Village Park Lane and Penn Way. Those are private streets interior to the community. Currently, there are 26 townhomes, and the applicant is requesting that the parcel in the front, Zone B1 Office Professional, be rezoned to R3 multifamily residence. Some of you, if not all of you, will remember that decades ago, there was a small commercial operation in the front of this property. It was actually 2 parcels in the early 2000s. The lines were basically, it was realigned, which put the B1 office parcel in the front and the R3 multifamily in the back. Previously, they ran parallel, neither of which were really conducive for development, and that is why the property exists as it does now. These are the permitted uses in the B1 Office Professional District. As the applicant stated, he's owned this property for some time and has had no luck marketing or selling the property for any of the permitted uses. This was the 2015 development plan for the Village Park townhome development. The subject parcel was not necessarily part of that plan. It was shown on the plan, though, as parcel 2 for future development. This is a better look at it, and the note on the plan said improvements within hatched area are not part of this development plan. Any proposed structures or parking areas will be developed in a future phase of construction. Development of the commercial site may require additional measures for water quality. What you can see there, hashed roughly, it's probably easy to look at in your documents, but was a conceptual office building with associated parking. This is the current development. You'll see all 26 townhomes, common area in the rear of the development, and then what's described as parcel 1 and common area in the front. In the rear, there's a gazebo and some other community amenities, and on parcel 1 is primarily landscaping, some parking, and community mailboxes. These are some images of the existing home. The applicant is the home builder, Mr. Wayne Harbin. This is a conceptual layout of the new townhomes on the subject parcel. This was designed by the surveyor who designed the first development. As presented to you tonight, does meet the requirements of the site plan ordinance and satisfies the requirements of the R3 district regulations. And you can see there townhomes 27 to 32, the 6 new townhomes that would be constructed as part of this conditional rezoning. I've tried to overlay the plan in the GIS to try and give you a better picture of it. It is approximate, and I won't claim it's exactly to scale, but it's close. This is the permitted uses in the R3 multifamily residence, and you'll see the first there, two-family dwellings, which technically the two buildings on the east side, 31 and 32, it's per the code a two-family dwelling, but the other four are townhouse dwellings, both permitted should the rezoning request be approved. This is the current zoning. You can see in blue in the middle of the image, the subject parcel. It is a B1 zone parcel, really in a sea of R3 multifamily to its northwest and partially to its south. The red zoning is, of course, the B2 district. Then there's the R1 district across With Creek Road. And what you see in purple is general commercial. Again, surrounded by R3 multifamily zoning. Zoning and comprehensive plan considerations. The parcel is adjacent to the most concentrated R3 multifamily residence district within the city. Approval is appropriate concerning planning and zoning considerations. We have no concern about spot zoning and would be a very appropriate rezoning if approved. Chapter 3 of the comprehensive plan, this is the housing section of the comprehensive plan. It mentions 7 potential strategies to address housing issues in the city. There are 3 relevant to the application, albeit not specifically, which are satisfied by this request. I speak more in detail on those in my staff memo that I'm sure you all had a chance to read, and I won't go through unless you, Mr. Mayor, or any other member of council would like me to. And then in Chapter 4 of the comprehensive plan, the economic section, in reference to the With Creek Road corridor, it says, empty storefronts along With Creek Road are a perennial concern among Poquoson residents. Any small-scale effort to promote new businesses should attempt to fill vacancies in existing commercial properties first. This is my note outside of the quote. Continued B1 office professional zoning would be in contradiction to the section of the comprehensive plan. We know that there are vacant commercial spaces throughout the With Creek Road corridor, albeit not many, but some. These are 2 proffered conditions, proffered meaning offered by the applicant. The first is that the site shall be developed consistent with the concept layout provided. That's the plan we had a chance to see that showed the 6 townhomes. And the second is that the architectural style of the new homes shall conform to that of the existing development. They will be built to match the homes found in the existing development. Same owner, same builder. At this time, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to take any questions of you or City Council.
Well done, my friend. Thank you very much, Thomas. Any questions or comments from council? Keith?
Yep. We got at least one. How much the unit's going to sell for?
Well, Councilman Vi, I would defer to that applicant on the specific price point. But in conversations with him, and he's happy to correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe he said mid-4s.
Okay, because I know that the assessment from last year has them at 315. The ones right behind them are at 215. The reason I bring that up is a year ago, September, Councilwoman Emmett, Councilman Freeman and I attended a Network Peninsula gathering for breakfast, and one of the major points of that unit or that organization was talking about affordable housing. Do we ever consider affordable housing in Poquoson? I mean, building something that's going to be 400,000, far from affordable housing. And I'm just throwing out there, not saying they need to go and build affordable housing units here, but does it ever come up?
I would, I think my comment would be really directed towards the housing strategies in the comprehensive plan that some of, at least 3 of those, the application would achieve. I can tell you from a professional opinion and attending some of the conferences with much better minds than my own, affordable housing is a hard issue to tackle, and it means different things to different people. But we do have this application before you. Mr. Harbin is more than prepared to talk about the price points of the townhomes specific to the request.
Just bring it up to make the point that we in Poquoson should be thinking about it. Particular case, which I don't disagree with what he plans to do with this property. It's just, it never seems to come up in any conversation that we have.
Thank you, Keith.
I have a question for you, Thomas.
Yes, ma'am.
In the current plan
Sure.
that is here, and it's probably just my ignorance and the zoning rules and things like that. I thought that we had discussed when I first was matriculating in, I had a general question about future developments or things like that. You might recall that conversation. And I said, hey, when we do developments and all, how about the idea of having sidewalks and lighting as part of those plans? Like at the Valmore area, for example, is one where they'll have the sidewalks throughout plus lighting. I don't see that here. Is that because this was originally submitted way back in the way back? And is that something that we can involve here, or is it off the plan entirely because of the type of zoning that this is?
I think it's a multi-part question.
It is.
The first, though, I'll address the existing development. It was approved almost a decade ago. The requirements for sidewalks are not there, but most important to remember is that this is a private community. The streets are private. It's governed by a HOA. Now, much like the villas, that they have sidewalks in the villas, but it's a private community. It's not for the public's use. So in private communities, we wouldn't typically see that unless it was incorporated as part of the original plan. There are no sidewalks existing, and none would be necessarily required in this addition.
Okay, when you presented this in the beginning, and I'm just getting clarification, I'm totally cool with what you said. You had mentioned that this is parcel 2, it is not part of the HOA. Therefore, that's off the table, right?
It would be accepted as part of the HOA of Village Park, and it is parcel 2, primarily because it's a subject parcel with separate zoning, but for all intensive purposes, would more or less be accepted by the existing homeowners association of Village Park.
Okay, thank you.
Thomas, you said this is all private property?
This is all private.
Curious whether there's a handicapped parking spot.
I would certainly defer to Mr. Harbin on that. It may just have been a design concept. It's parking, I'd say, undedicated to meet our parking requirements. Not that it's public, probably not necessarily required, may have just been a choice per the surveyor, per the design.
Seems unique. Okay.
Thomas, I have a question. What would the current landscaping requirements be for that northeast section that's kind of fronting the Wythe Creek?
Sure. So with the previous approval, there is an existing 35-foot landscape buffer on that, I would say, very small portion, that little bit of frontage on Wythe Creek Road. That would not be disturbed by the new development and would be maintained.
Any other questions or comments from council members? Okay, we'll open up the floor for public comment. Evening, sir.
Good evening. I'm tired. I know you are. Wayne Harbin, 125 Shirley Road, Seaford, right next door to y'all. I'd love to answer some of your questions. I know we want to make it as quickly as we possibly can. I wish the president of the association was here. She just had an operation about 3 weeks ago. She'd love to do it, but she's not. We have all the consent from everybody in that association. They're welcoming this to be done and get their neighborhood completely finished, which we'd love to do. The nice thing about this, if the city of Poquoson will come to me, just like James City County does, and give me some property at a good price, I'll build you anything you want. Any kind of price you want to do it, if you can get me the land. But talking about this, it's customized townhouses. They can change the insides, they can't change the outside. It has to be the same to protect the people that's already there. And I'd love to do something that was affordable, but I'm looking, it is private. These people want to bring those units back into their association and help them out financially. We don't have any water quality as far as BMPs or anything like that. It's all set up to be able to take this on. And we'd appreciate it if you'd take and push us on and let us finish this project.
I do have one question.
Yes, sir.
The two that will border on West Creek Road, okay?
Yes.
Do you plan any architectural improvements to the backside of that? So when it's viewed from the street,
we'll probably put some fence in there to give them some privacy. We did the same thing for the 26. We actually were approved for 28. We did 26 to give them a little bit bigger so they could have a little bit more customized townhouses on the first sections that we did. So we could do that, yes, sir. We could either do it with plantings, we can do it with fence.
I personally would like to see that. Okay.
We could do that. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Harbin.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate
Thank
you being with us. Are any further comments from the public on this topic? Close the public hearing. Do we have a motion and a second?
Mr. Mayor, I propose a resolution to approve rezoning request of tax map parcel 18-01-00-0107, alpha 1.1623 acre parcel. Rezone the property from B1 office professional to R3 multifamily resident.
Second.
Any questions or comments?
Mr. Mayor, I just have a comment. When I
Yes, ma'am.
first read the application without, looking at the map, I was a little hesitant, townhomes on With Creek, but looking at it, there's minimal frontage to With Creek, to the corridor. It's surrounded by essentially residential, so I do think that this is a good fit.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Angie. Any other questions or comments from council?
I do, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
I too, like Angie, have some reservations about this, and went out to look at the property a couple of times, and with all of the other like development in that area, it would probably look odd if it was something else. And so the BMP that's there right now, that green frontage, what was the distance that you said, I'm sorry, from the back of the townhomes, we would be able to keep that green frontage up there?
There was, with the previous approval, a 35-foot landscape buffer from the right-of-way of With Creek Road extending into this property that won't be disturbed because of this project, and that will be maintained.
Thank you.
Any others? Okay, Christie?
Vice Mayor Bunting?
Aye.
Councilman Fye?
Aye.
Councilman Southall?
Aye.
Councilman Freeman?
Aye.
Councilwoman Hubbard?
Aye.
Councilwoman Emmett?
Aye.
Mayor Hux?
Aye.
Mr. Mayor, motion carried by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you very much. And moving on to public hearing number 4. An ordinance to approve an amendment to the definition of height of building is found in Appendix A, zoning, Article 1, Section 1-3, definitions. Thomas is back again for another presentation.
Thank you for having me. Mr. Mayor, members of council, this consideration is an ordinance to approve an amendment to our current definition of height of building as it's found in the zoning ordinance. More or less, the addition to the amendment would provide for staff to measure height just a bit differently based on fill brought in to properties. It's been something not just us, but every locality wrestles with, how they measure height from grade, pre and post development. But we've recognized that there are multiple commercial and residential projects throughout the city that we can look at, and talking amongst staff, this recommendation before you tonight would solve some of those issues of what seems like an extraordinary amount of fill in some circumstances, and then the height allowed by the zoning district on top of that. I have a very brief presentation to more or less explain the practical effect of the change. But this is the current definition as it exists and as it is recommended to be amended would read: the vertical distance from the pre-development grade or from the grade at base flood elevation where a parcel pre-development is lower than base flood elevation. That's a lot, but I hope I can explain it in just a minute. Of the center of the front of the building to the highest point of the roof surface of a flat roof to the deck line for a mansard roof to mean height level between the eaves and ridge for hip, gable, and gambrel roofs. This is the existing code example. You can see there on the left in green, that is the pre-development grade. That is a lot that is untouched. There's been no fill brought in. An existing structure that measures 35 feet there at the average that is permitted by the code in a residential zoning district. Then we have the lot beside them that happens to be at the same existing or pre-development grade as the lot beside it. This is not uncommon at all in the city. And then, as allowed by the code now, a person could bring in this example, 5 feet of fill. And then on top of that 5 feet of fill, construct a 35-foot home. Well, that 35-foot home is effectively 5 foot taller than the one it neighbors, which happens to be 35 feet because of the 5 feet of fill. To curb that, the recommendation is basically that we take off the top the 5 feet of fill that would be brought in circumstances where the grade, the pre-development grade or the natural grade is already at or above base flood elevation. What we don't want to do is discourage private property owners, residential or commercial, from bringing in necessary fill to raise their property out of the floodplain. Our requirements, FEMA requirements, big implications on flood insurance. What we don't want to do, though, is continue to allow those persons who may only require 3 feet of fill to get at or above base flood elevation, basically to base flood elevation, to bring in 8 feet of fill, so 5 they don't need, and still get their 35-foot tall building. So more or less, with the amended language, we will continue to permit fill on any property to elevate out of the floodplain. What we won't do, though, is allow for the same height if additional fill is brought in, other than that required to get out of the floodplain. If I can make that any clearer, I'll certainly take a stab at it. Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to take questions from you or any members of council.
Thank you, Thomas.
I have a real quick one, promise.
Yes, ma'am.
So if someone doesn't have a 35-foot building and wants to put 8 feet in, that's cool?
That would be cool, as you say.
Thank you.
It would be permitted, but what we're trying to get away from is the building that is built to max height on top of 10 feet of fill that wasn't there prior to development.
It's clarifying. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Thing, because I remember a couple of times that we've had to give height waivers for this very same thing, where somebody brought up to the floodplain level and then put a house on top of it, or a building, and it exceeded the 35 feet and required a waiver. So this will take care of that.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Any others? Thomas, thank you very much. Appreciate that. We'll open the floor now for public comment. Seeing none, we will close the floor, and I'll ask for a motion in a second.
Mayor, I move that we approve an ordinance to approve an amendment to the definition of height of building as found in Appendix A, zoning, Article 1, Section 1, Tac 3, definition.
Second.
Questions or comments?
I think it's a good thing.
Christie?
Aye.
Councilwoman Hubbard?
Aye.
Councilman Fye?
Aye.
Councilman Southall?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Bunting?
Aye.
Councilman Freeman?
Aye.
Mayor Hubbs?
Aye.
Mr. Mayor, motion carried by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you. Public hearing number 5 is an ordinance to approve an amendment to Section 11.3-9, decisions as found in Appendix A, zoning, Article 11.3, architectural control districts, and review board of the City of Poquoson Code of Ordinances. Take it away, Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. This is another code change that has been brought to you as a result of not just necessarily one application, probably a few over the years, but one recent in which an applicant to the Architectural Review Board was actually granted approval with certain conditions, and then after approval with those conditions, realized for a number of circumstances he wouldn't be able to comply with the conditions. The code, though, our code did not provide him clearly a process to go back to the ARB to have the matter reconsidered. We do provide for that process very clearly in cases where persons, their application is denied with recommendations. You have 90 days to apply and come back. We just want to afford that same opportunity to those who are approved with conditions should they need to or request that their approval be reconsidered or their conditions revisited. That's all I've got.
Thank you, Thomas.
Yes, sir.
Questions or comments from council? Very well, we'll open the floor for public comment. Seeing none, we will close the floor, and I'll ask for a motion in a second.
Mayor, I move that we approve the ordinance to approve an amendment to Section 11.3 through 9, decisions as found in Appendix A, zoning, Article 11.3, architectural control districts and review board of the City of Poquoson Code of Ordinances.
Second.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Christie?
Councilman Fye?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Bunting?
Aye.
Councilwoman Emmett?
Aye.
Councilman Freeman?
Aye.
Councilman Southall?
Aye.
Councilwoman Hubbard?
Aye.
Mayor Hubbs? Mr. Mayor, motion carried by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Christie, and that concludes the public hearings. We'll move on to new business. Item 1 is a resolution making appointments to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. Do we have a motion and a second?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we adopt a resolution making appointments to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board with the following names inserted. Richard Hedgecock II, Central, term expiring March 31st, 2028. All of these terms will expire March 31st, 2028, with the following names that I'm putting forth. Amy Rollins from the Eastern Precinct, Jennifer Mulrine to the Western, Christy Schultz is an at-large recommendation. Caitlin Johnson is also an at-large.
Second.
Thank you. Questions or comments?
I just want to comment that even though we have at-large people who live in Western, we do still have that one position that is open for Western that will be.
Thank you, Jeannie.
He was clarifying that it's my former position.
Okay, very good. Keith, did you have anything?
Yep, that was just it.
Okay, thank you. Christie?
Councilman Freeman.
Aye.
Councilwoman Emmett.
Aye.
Councilman Southall.
Aye.
Councilman Fye.
Aye.
Councilwoman Hubbard.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Bunting.
Aye.
Mayor Hucks.
Aye.
Mr. Mayor, the motion carried by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Christie. Item 2 under new business is a resolution making appointments to the Board of Adjustments. Have a motion and a second.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we adopt a resolution making appointments to the Board of Adjustment and Appeals with the following names inserted in. The term will be January 31st, 2030. That will be the expiration date with the following names of the recommendations. Kathy Shoemade, Richard Brown, Joseph Rollins, Kenneth News, I believe I'm pronouncing that right, Donald Booth, and Gregory Brooks.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. Questions, comments?
I had one question.
Yes,
Sorry
sir.
about that.
Keith?
I have the Kathy Shoemate and Joseph Rollins are basically represent building, Richard Brown plumbing, Donald Booth, and kudos to him on his third board being an architect. I guess he's the only architect in town, as the architect, and then Gregory Brooks as from Code Enforcement Inspector. I didn't know what Kenneth.
Electrician.
Electrician, okay. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith, for the clarification. Anything else? Christie?
Councilwoman Hubbard.
Aye.
Councilman Southall.
Aye.
Councilman Freeman.
Aye.
Councilwoman Emmett.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Bunting.
Aye.
Councilman Fye.
Aye.
Mayor Hucks.
Aye.
Mr. Mayor, the motion carried by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Christine. That concludes new business. We'll move on to comments of the city manager. Randy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. In respect to the time of the evening, I will reduce my comments to one. I just want to read a short paragraph from our police department's social media today. I hope there's still people out there watching us. But overnight, Sunday into Monday, we experienced a number of tampering incidents overnight. And we would ask anyone in the area of where those happened, they'll know they'll either happen at their property, check their Ring cameras and other things. If anyone has any footage that they think may be helpful, the police department would appreciate hearing from you. And also as a general reminder, year in and year out, the number one in terms of number of incidents, crime that we have in the city is breaking into unlocked cars. So this is a reminder, even if it's in your driveway, to keep it locked. Not just you, but it'll help your neighbors too. That's all.
Thank you, Randy. And Council Director Jeannie?
Just a couple of announcements tonight. The Parks and Rec office manager posting is going to be closing this week. We understand there's a lot of interest. That's great, and that's because Jane is retiring. Now, they are going to be releasing their summer programs on the website this week. It's just in final proofing. But important on that is that swim registration opens up this week as well, and of course for Poquoson residents first. The Barracuda swim teams registration, that opens up on the 30th, and that's going to be at the Municipal Park on this, at 6 p.m. on the 30th. The 18th, which is this coming Friday, Poquoson Elementary School and the primary PTO, they do a fundraiser every year, and it's called For the Color Run. And these students raised over $30,000 or nearly $30,000, which is pretty impressive at primary and elementary school levels. And of that, 70% of the profit remained with the PTO, which is like $19,000. And they're using that for the library or the learning garden behind the elementary school, and that's fantastic. So this Friday is the celebration of that, and it's called the Color Run. It involves something about throwing dye and things like that, and people running, and I'll watch. It's from 5 to 7 at PES, and they are looking for volunteers. So if you're interested in volunteering, please go on their Facebook site. They have a registration link. If you want to be in the Color Run, it's 30 days, same-day registration. You can sign up on that link as well. The 19th, which is Saturday, is the Easter egg hunt, and that's at Municipal Park. The festivities start at 9:30 in the morning, but the hunt starts at 10 a.m., and it's free for anyone 10 years of age and under. And I could go on, but those can be wait for the next time we meet.
Thank you, Jeannie. Keith?
Yes, thank you. Notice about the mobile food pantry. Our core regular volunteers, about a dozen people, will be stepping away from the mobile food pantry after the June distribution. We'll be looking for about 6 to 8 regular volunteers to work just one morning a month, second Thursday of the month, till noon. It's very rewarding and very helpful. We get some regular volunteers, then the volunteer groups that come in will be shown what to do and how to do it, run real smoothly. So we've got about 2 months to round up some people to help us make this thing continue to happen.
Thank you, Keith. Mr. Sallow?
In the interest of time, I will keep it short. I'd like to thank Randy, Tara, and the staff on an excellent job. Came out tonight to pay attention to the government, and thank those at home who watched it on TV. I'd like more people to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Sallow. Angie?
Thank you for everybody who is still listening, watching at home, here in the audience, for staying with us tonight, and I'll keep it short, and that's all I have.
Thanks, Angie. Mr. Freeman?
Just one thing. There's been several traffic accidents out here on Victory, and the city is looking into that to see about changing the speed limit after we get the stoplight installed. So just wanted to let everybody know that we are looking at that. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Debbie?
I just wanted to thank everyone that came out tonight and participated in the meeting, let their voice be heard on the different issues. That's very important as we deliberate on things. Thank you all for sticking with us, the ones that are still here. Also, I did want to thank the Exchange and the Excel Clubs for painting Poquoson blue with the pinwheel gardens to remind all of us that it is, April is the month of child abuse prevention. That's very important. I'm very glad that we have that recognition come into the city to keep, in the forefront of all of our minds. And I do want to thank Councilman Five for his work with the food bank. I see him out there, and I see the volunteers out there as I'm going to work the mornings when they're out there now, but since they're at Emmaus Church, and it's really a good feeling that we have those people dedicated to doing such a worthy thing. And I especially thank him because I know he works very hard and he keeps it very organized. That's all.
Thank you, Debbie.
You're welcome.
Well, thank you to everybody for your patience tonight. That is much appreciated. Thanks also to Ms. Alicia Barefoot, Ms. Allison Kroll, with some help from Josh Montalvo by phone. So appreciate y'all sticking with us for an extended period of time tonight. Couldn't do the meetings without y'all. So with that, do we have a motion and a second to adjourn?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Christie?
Vice Mayor Bunting?
Aye.
Councilman Fye?
They didn't tell you they turned off the TV at 7:30. Anyway, aye.
Councilman Southall?
Aye.
Councilman Freeman?
Aye.
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 Mayor Hooks?
Aye.
Mr. Mayor, the motion is carried by a vote of 7.
Thank you, Christie. We are adjourned.